Hi there, friends. Thanks for tuning in to Ben 10 What If. Get ready for an incredible journey as we present What If Ben 10 replaced Deku in My Hero Academia. If you find our stories entertaining, a simple like and subscribe would mean everything to us. Your support motivates us to create more. Here we go. Chapter 1, Worlds Collide. The Omnitrix sparked and fizzled against Ben Tennyson's wrist as he dodged another energy blast from Vilgax. The abandoned warehouse echoed with the crash of crates and machinery as the alien warlord pursued him relentlessly. Give up, Tennyson. The Omnitrix's power surge will be your undoing. Vilgax bellowed, smashing through a support beam like it was made of cardboard. Ben ducked behind a forklift, catching his breath. Yeah, heard it all before, squid face. The watch on his wrist glowed an alarming purple instead of its usual green, and random transformation silhouettes cycled through the display. Come on, don't fail me now. He slammed down on the dial, hoping for Humongousaur or 4 arms, something with enough muscle to take on Vilgax. Instead, the transformation sequence felt wrong, elongated, distorted. The energy cascaded around him in waves of green and purple light. What the? Ben's voice warped as reality itself seemed to bend. Vilgax lunged forward, his massive hand reaching for Ben's throat, but it passed through empty air as Ben felt himself being pulled away, stretched across dimensions he couldn't comprehend. The last thing Ben heard was Vilgax's enraged roar before everything went silent. Then came the sensation of falling. Ben crashed hard onto concrete, his body human again. Pain shot through his shoulder as he rolled to a stop in what appeared to be an alleyway. Ow wow, that's gonna leave a mark. The Omnitrix flickered weakly on his wrist, its interface completely dark for several seconds before a faint green glow returned. Ben tapped it experimentally. Rebooting. Please stand by, announced the mechanical voice of the watch. Great. Just great. Ben stood up, dusting himself off. Where am I now? The alley opened onto a busy street that looked almost normal. Except the people walking by weren't exactly normal. A woman with pink skin passed by. A businessman with 4 arms hailed a taxi. A kid with what looked like engine parts sticking out of his calves zoomed past. Okay, definitely not Bellwood, Ben muttered. Some kind of alien planet? But it looks like Earth. A commotion erupted from down the street. People started screaming and running in Ben's direction. Instinctively, he moved toward the danger, pushing against the flow of panicked civilians. A massive figure smashed through the front of a bank. The villain stood nearly 12 feet tall with gray rocky skin and 4 massive arms, each clutching bags of cash. Nobody can stop Granite Crusher, the villain bellowed. The heroes are all busy with that incident across town. Ben ducked behind a parked car, checking the Omnitrix. The interface had returned to its normal green glow. At least some things never change. Bad guys robbing banks? That's universal. He twisted the dial, cycling through alien silhouettes. Don't know where I am, but I know what to do. It's hero time. The familiar green light engulfed him as he slammed down the dial. His body grew and shifted, skin hardening into red crystalline material. Diamond Head. Ben emerged from behind the car, facing the villain. Hey Rocky. Robbing banks is so last season. The villain turned, confusion evident even on his stone-like face. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Some new hero? Something like that, Ben replied, raising his arm and firing a barrage of crystal shards that pinged harmlessly off the villain's dense hide. Granite Crusher laughed. Nice light show, Crystal Boy. My turn. He charged forward with surprising speed, all 4 arms cocked back for a devastating punch. Ben crossed his arms in front of him, forming a crystal shield. The impact still sent him flying backward into a streetlight, bending the metal pole. Oof. Ben grunted, getting back to his feet. Tougher than he looks. Civilians were filming the fight on their phones, some shouting encouragement. "Hang in there, new guy. Where are the pros? Someone call UA. UA?" Ben wondered briefly, before refocusing on the fight. The villain was approaching again, this time grabbing a car to use as a weapon. "Think, Tennyson," Ben muttered to himself. "Diamond Head isn't working, need something with more punch." He touched the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, cycling through his transformation in a flash of green light. His body expanded massively, turning orange with thick, dinosaur-like skin. "Humongosaur!" Ben roared, now towering over the villain. "Let's see how you like fighting someone bigger than you." The crowd gasped at the second transformation. Whispers rippled through the onlookers, "Did he just change again? What kind of quirk is that? Multiple transformations?" Ben charged forward, meeting the villain head-on. The car swung toward his head, but Ben caught it with one massive hand, crushing the metal in his grip. His other fist connected with Granite Crusher's jaw in an uppercut that sent the villain staggering backward. "How?" the villain sputtered, spitting out rocky debris. "No one stronger than Granite Crusher." "Guess today's your lucky day," Ben quipped, grabbing the villain by his upper arms and lifting him off the ground. "You get to meet someone who is." The villain struggled, his lower arms pummeling Ben's torso, but Humongosaur's thick hide absorbed the blows. Ben spun and hurled the rock monster into the side of an empty bus, causing the vehicle to tip onto its side with the villain embedded in its frame. "And that's how we do it in," Ben started to say, when a rush of wind interrupted him. "Have no fear, for I am here." A massive figure landed beside Ben with an impact that cracked the pavement. Ben turned to see what looked like a man, but proportioned like a bodybuilder pushed to cartoonish extremes. Blonde hair styled in two distinctive spikes, and a permanent smile that somehow exuded both friendliness and intimidation. "Excellent work, young hero," the newcomer boomed, his voice carrying across the entire street. "I see you've handled this villain splendidly. Allow me to secure him for the authorities." Before Ben could respond, the strange hero dashed to the bus and extracted the villain with blinding speed, restraining him with what appeared to be specialized cuffs. Thanks," Ben said, scratching his dinosaur-like head. "Who are you exactly?" The man's smile somehow widened further. "Ha ha ha. You must be new to these parts, young one. I am All Might, the symbol of peace." Ben blinked. "All Might? Look, I'm kind of lost here. What city is this?" All Might's permanent smile didn't falter, but his eyes registered surprise. "Why, you're in Muzutafu, Japan, young hero. And I must say, your quirk is quite remarkable. 2 transformations in succession. Most impressive." "Quirk?" Ben echoed. Police sirens wailed in the distance, approaching rapidly. "Listen, I think there's been some kind of mix-up. I'm not from around here, All Might," a police officer called out as several cars pulled up. "We've got the containment vehicle for Granite Crusher. Is the new hero with you?" All Might placed a massive hand on Ben's shoulder. "Let's discuss this privately, shall we? There seems to be some confusion, and I'd be happy to help sort it out." He lowered his voice. "Your transformations, they're connected to that device on your chest." Ben nodded slowly, uncertain how much to reveal. The Omnitrix symbol was clearly visible on Humongosaur's chest. "I see," All Might said thoughtfully. "Young hero, would you accompany me somewhere we can speak freely? After we handle the necessary police statements, of course." "Sure," Ben agreed, realizing he needed information. "But, I should probably change back first." He touched the Omnitrix symbol again, and in a flash of green light, returned to his human form, a teenager in a green jacket, jeans, and white and black sneakers. The crowd gasped again. Several phones recorded the transformation. All Might's eyebrows raised slightly above his smile. "Most fascinating," the massive hero muttered. Most fascinating indeed. 2 hours later, Ben sat across from All Might in a small cafe. The pro-hero had insisted on buying him a burger and fries, which Ben devoured ravenously. So, All Might said, having switched to a shockingly skinny form that nearly gave Ben a heart attack the first time he saw it, you claim to be from another dimension, where this Omnitrix allows you to transform into different alien species. Ben nodded, swallowing a mouthful of food. I know how it sounds, but yeah. 1 minute I was fighting Vilgax, then my Omnitrix went haywire, and boom, I'm here in a world where people have powers you call quirks. And in your world, such abilities aren't common. Nope. Regular humans, plus aliens, and the occasional superhero with special tech. Not exactly people born with cat heads or fire powers walking down the street. All Might sipped his tea thoughtfully. I've seen many strange quirks in my time, but interdimensional travel, that's beyond even our current understanding. So you believe me? Ben asked, surprised. Young Tennyson, in a world where people can generate black holes or rewind time, your story is hardly the strangest thing I've encountered. All Might coughed slightly, wiping a spot of blood from his lip. The question is, what shall we do with you while you're here? Ben shrugged. Usually Azimuth or Paradox would show up to bail me out of situations like this, but I'm not getting my hopes up. The Omnitrix is working again, but it can't get me home. Then perhaps we should focus on giving you a place in our world until a solution presents itself. All Might leaned forward. Tell me, Ben Tennyson, in your world, you used your powers to be a hero, correct? Since I was 10, Ben confirmed. Had some rough patches, made mistakes, but yeah. That's what I do. Then I propose something that might interest you. Are you familiar with hero schools? Ben raised an eyebrow. Like, schools for superheroes? We don't have those. Here, they're the foundation of our hero society. UA High School is the most prestigious. Students with powerful quirks train to become pro-heroes. All Might's sunken eyes somehow managed to twinkle. I teach there now, and I believe you would make an excellent addition to our program. Wait, you want me to go back to school? Ben groaned. I was kind of done with that. Consider it an opportunity, All Might suggested. You'd have access to resources, training facilities, and some of the brightest minds in heroics. If anyone could help you understand how you came to be here, it would be the staff at UA. Ben considered this. I guess that makes sense. But won't people ask questions? I don't exactly have records here. Leave that to me, All Might said with a wink. We'll create a cover story. You'll be a transfer student with an exceptionally rare transformation quirk. The timing works perfectly, our students have just begun their first semester. And you think they'll just accept that? With my recommendation and after witnessing your heroics today, I believe Principal Nizu will be quite interested in having you. All Might finished his tea. Of course, you'll need to pass an entrance evaluation, but given what I've seen, that shouldn't be a problem. Ben sighed, then nodded. Fine. Not like I have better options right now. But I should warn you, trouble tends to follow me. All Might laughed, a wheezing sound in his emaciated form. Young Tennyson, you'll fit right in at UA, trust me. 3 days later, Ben stood before the massive gates of UA High School. All Might had arranged everything with surprising efficiency, a small apartment, basic necessities, and today's special entrance exam. This place is huge, Ben muttered to himself, adjusting the school uniform All Might had provided. The tie felt suffocating. Wonder what kind of test they've cooked up. You must be Tennyson, came a dry voice from behind him. Ben turned to see a disheveled man with long black hair, wrapped in a gray scarf. His eyes looked perpetually tired, as if he hadn't slept in years. That's me, Ben confirmed. And you are? Shota Aizawa. Class 1A homeroom teacher. The man gestured for Ben to follow. All Might told me about your situation. Some of it, anyway. Ben fell into step beside Aizawa. How much did he tell you? Enough to know you're not from around here, Aizawa replied cryptically. Your cover story is that you're a transfer student from America with an exceptionally versatile transformation quirk. Stick to that. Got it. So what's this test about? We need to evaluate your capabilities to determine if you're suitable for the hero course. UA doesn't typically accept transfer students mid-semester. Aizawa led Ben through the main building and toward what looked like a massive dome structure. Your performance today will determine if you join my class or not. Ben smirked. No pressure, then. Aizawa stopped at a door, fixing Ben with a penetrating stare. This isn't a joke, Tennyson. My students have earned their places through rigorous testing and training. If you're going to join them, you need to prove your worth. I get it, Ben replied, his expression turning serious. I'll show you what I can do. Aizawa nodded slightly, then pushed open the door to reveal an enormous indoor facility designed to look like a cityscape, complete with buildings, streets, and urban obstacles. Welcome to Ground Beta, Aizawa announced. Your test is simple, survive for 15 minutes against the obstacles and opponents will send your way. You can use your quirk however you see fit. That's it? Just survive? Ben asked. If it sounds easy to you, you're already underestimating the challenge, Aizawa replied. He handed Ben a small earpiece. Put this in. I'll give you instructions as needed. Ben inserted the earpiece and stepped into the fake city. The doors closed behind him with a heavy thud. Begin in 3, 2, 1, start. Aizawa's voice came through the earpiece. For several seconds, nothing happened. Ben walked cautiously down the main street, eyes scanning for movement. Then the ground trembled. A massive robot, at least 3 stories tall, crashed through a building ahead of him. Its single red eye focused on Ben. Target acquired. Commencing attack. Whoa! Ben ducked as the robot fired a barrage of rubber projectiles. Guess we're not starting small. He activated the Omnitrix, cycling through alien forms before slamming down the dial. Green light enveloped him, and his body transformed into a blue, monkey-like creature with 4 arms. Spider monkey. Okay. Ben leaped onto the side of a building, his sticky hands and feet allowing him to climb rapidly. The robot turned to track him, its weapons recalibrating. First opponent, 0-pointer from the entrance exam, Aizawa's voice explained. Designed to overwhelm and intimidate. Let's see how you handle it. 0-pointer. Seems pretty armed to me. Ben quipped, swinging to avoid another barrage. He flipped through the air, landing on the robot's shoulder. Let's see what makes you tick. Ben scrambled across the robot's frame, looking for weaknesses. Finding a panel on its neck, he pried it open with his extra arms and examined the circuitry inside. Too complicated to mess with directly, he muttered. Time to try something else. The robot's arm swung around, attempting to dislodge him. Ben jumped clear, firing a web from his tail that attached to a nearby building. Using the momentum, he swung in a wide arc and delivered a powerful kick to the robot's eye. The impact cracked the lens but didn't disable it. The 0-pointer staggered backward, then steadied itself. Tough customer, Ben remarked. Let's upgrade. He touched the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, transforming in a flash of green light. His body became black with green circuitry patterns, his head floating above a mechanical body. Upgrade. Now we're talking. Ben leaped at the robot, his body melting and spreading across its surface like liquid metal. The 0-pointer's red details turned green as Ben took control of its systems from the inside out. What is this? Aizawa's voice held genuine surprise. Are you merging with the robot? Something like that, Ben replied, his voice coming from the robot's speakers. I call it an upgrade. Using the 0-pointer's own weapons, Ben fired at several targets that had emerged on nearby rooftops. Then, with a mental command, he forced the robot to kneel down before separating from it, leaving it powered down but intact. Impressive, Aizawa admitted. But we're just getting started. The ground rumbled again as 3 smaller robots emerged from side streets. Each was the size of a car, fast and agile. 3 pointers. They worked together. Watch your back. Ben touched the Omnitrix again, transforming into a red, 4-armed humanoid with massive muscles. 4 arms. Let's rumble. The robots charged simultaneously, attempting to surround him. Ben grabbed a nearby streetlight, ripping it from the ground with ease. He swung it like a baseball bat, connecting with the first robot and sending it flying into a building. The other 2 fired nets designed to entangle him. Ben caught one net and yanked, pulling the robot off balance before smashing it with 2 fists. The third robot circled behind him, but Ben sensed the movement and backflipped over it, landing with enough force to crack the pavement. Come on, is that all you got? Ben taunted, grabbing the robot by its legs and spinning it around before launching it skyward. It crashed back down in a heap of twisted metal. 7 minutes elapsed, Aizawa informed him. Changing tactics. Suddenly, the building beside Ben exploded outward as something massive burst through. It looked like a robot but moved like an animal, a mechanical beast with claws and multiple eyes. Combat droid, Aizawa explained. Adaptive learning algorithms. It evolves to counter your abilities. The droid studied Ben for a moment, then charged with surprising speed. Its claws extended, catching 4 arms across the chest and drawing blood. Ow. Okay, that actually hurt, Ben grunted, staggering backward. The droid pressed its advantage, its attacks becoming more coordinated and targeted. Ben blocked a flurry of strikes, but the droid swept his legs out from under him. As he fell, it pinned him with mechanical limbs that seemed to grow stronger the more he struggled. Might need to think smaller, Ben gasped, touching the Omnitrix again. His body shrank dramatically, becoming a tiny white alien barely 6 inches tall. Gray matter. The droid's pinning limbs suddenly held nothing but air as Ben slipped free. The tiny alien scurried between the droid's legs and climbed up its back, too small to track effectively. Fascinating design, Ben muttered in Gray Matter's high-pitched voice. But every machine has a weakness. He located a maintenance panel and squeezed inside, navigating the complex internal machinery with ease. Within seconds, he had rewired several critical systems. Let's see, cross this circuit with this one, reverse the power flow here. The droid began to move erratically, its limbs twitching as its systems conflicted with each other. Ben emerged from a different panel and jumped clear just as the machine froze completely, locked in a diagnostic loop he had created. 10 minutes, Aizawa announced. Final phase beginning now. The ground beneath Ben suddenly turned to liquid, a quicksand-like substance that began pulling him down. Gray matter was too small and light to resist. Not good. Ben transformed again, this time into a moth-like creature with green and black coloring. Big chill. He turned intangible, floating free of the liquefied ground. The substance solidified again instantly. Interesting counter, came a new voice. A figure rose from the ground ahead, a person in a spacesuit-like outfit. But can you handle this? The newcomer placed their hands on the ground, and massive ice spikes erupted toward Ben. Even intangible, he dodged by instinct, floating higher. A real person this time? Ben asked, exhaling a freezing vapor that encased some of the ice spikes. Who are you? 13, the figure replied. Pro hero and UA teacher. Rescue specialist. 13 extended their hand, and Ben felt a powerful suction pulling him toward the hero. It was strong enough to affect him even while intangible. My quirk, black hole, can suck in and disintegrate anything, 13 explained. Including gas forms. Ben struggled against the pull, his wings straining. Then let's try something that won't get sucked in so easily. He transformed again, becoming a crystalline being that crashed to the ground with substantial weight. Chroma stone. The suction continued, but Ben's crystalline feet dug into the pavement, anchoring him. He raised his hands and fired a rainbow-colored energy beam that forced 13 to dodge and interrupt their quirk. Energy manipulation. 13 sounded impressed. Your quirk really is versatile. You have no idea, Ben replied, charging forward. He didn't want to hurt the teacher, but he needed to disable their vacuum ability. 13 created another localized black hole, but Ben fired an energy beam directly into it. The resulting feedback caused the black hole to collapse, momentarily stunning 13. Ben used the opportunity to close the distance and place his hand on 13's helmet. I could shatter this if I wanted to, Ben stated calmly. Game over. Impressive, 13 conceded. But don't forget to watch your surroundings. Too late, Ben sensed movement behind him. Something wrapped around his body, Aizawa's capture scarf. At the same moment, he felt a strange sensation as his transformation faltered. My quirk erases other quirks, Aizawa explained, stepping into view. Or at least, it usually does. Yours seems resistant, but not immune. Ben struggled, feeling the Omnitrix's connection weakening under Aizawa's gaze. The crystalline form flickered, partially reverting to human before stabilizing again. Interesting, Ben grunted. But I've still got tricks left. He focused on the Omnitrix symbol, cycling through a quick transformation. His body became plant-like, green vines replacing muscles and limbs. Wild vine. Long, tendril-like fingers extended from his arms, wrapping around Aizawa's scarf and pulling sharply. The sudden force threw Aizawa off balance, breaking his line of sight. Immediately, Ben felt his connection to the Omnitrix strengthen again. More tendrils erupted from Ben's back, entangling both teachers without hurting them. Seed-like pods dropped from his body, exploding into clouds of knockout spores around 13 and Aizawa. 13's suit protected them, but Aizawa, despite holding his breath, found his movement slowing as the spores took effect through skin contact. His capture weapon went slack. 15 minutes, announced a computerized voice throughout the facility. Evaluation complete. Ben released the teachers and transformed back to human form. 13 gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up while Aizawa brushed spores from his clothing with a sour expression. Did I pass? Ben asked, trying not to sound too smug. Aizawa's tired eyes narrowed slightly. You handled everything we threw at you with skill and adaptability. Your transformations are more numerous and varied than any quirk I've ever seen. So that's a yes. It means, Aizawa continued, that you'll be joining Class 1A tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Ben's first day at UA began with more stares than he expected. Word had spread about a transfer student with an incredible quirk, and speculation ran wild throughout the campus. By the time he reached Class 1A's door, his enhanced hearing had picked up at least a dozen different rumors about his origins. Taking a deep breath, he slid open the door. 20 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Ah, there he is, Aizawa said flatly from the front of the classroom. Everyone, this is Benjamin Tennyson. Transfer student from America. He'll be joining our class starting today. Ben gave an awkward wave. Just Ben is fine. Nice to meet you all. Aizawa pointed to an empty desk. You can sit there. We were just about to begin hero basic training. As Ben moved toward his seat, murmurs filled the room. He's the one who took down Granite Crusher. I heard he transformed 3 times in one fight. All Might personally recommended him. A boy with spiky red hair leaned over as Ben sat down. Hey, man. Kirishima here. Your quirk sounds awesome. Is it true you can turn into different creatures? Before Ben could answer, a blond boy with sharp red eyes slammed his hands on his desk, small explosions crackling from his palms. Hey, new kid. Don't think you're hot stuff just because All Might brought you in. Bakugo, sit down, Aizawa ordered tiredly. Save it for training. Ben sized up the explosive boy. Looking forward to it, he replied with a slight smirk, causing Bakugo to growl in response. A friendly-looking girl with round cheeks and brown hair turned to Ben. Don't mind him. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Welcome to UA. Thanks, Ben replied, genuinely appreciating the warm welcome. Aizawa cleared his throat. As I was saying, today we're doing combat training. Specifically, rescue scenarios with hostile elements. Change into your hero costumes and meet at Training Ground Gamma in 15 minutes. The class erupted into excited chatter as they headed for the changing rooms. A tall boy with glasses approached Ben with mechanical precision in his movements. Ida Tenya, class representative. I understand you may not have a hero costume yet, but support department has prepared a temporary outfit based on All Might specifications. Thanks, Ida, Ben replied, accepting the package Ida handed him. Quick question, do you guys always refer to each other by last names? A boy with half-red, half-white hair overheard and joined the conversation. It's customary in Japan, but some of us use given names with friends. I'm Todoroki Shoto. Ben nodded. Right. Cultural differences. Got it. In the changing room, Ben examined his temporary costume, a green and black bodysuit with white accents, clearly designed to accommodate his transformations while matching his regular color scheme. Not bad, he admitted, pulling it on. When the class assembled at Training Ground Gamma, an industrial area filled with pipes, factories, and metal structures, All Might was waiting for them in his muscle form. Welcome, young heroes. The symbol of peace boomed. Today's training will test your rescue capabilities in a hostile environment. You will work in teams of 4 to locate and extract civilian dummies while facing automated security systems and terrain hazards. All Might pointed to a screen displaying team assignments. Ben found himself grouped with Bakugo, Uraraka, and Todoroki. Great, Ben muttered as Bakugo glared at him. This should be fun. You better not slow me down, Tennyson, Bakugo growled. I don't care what fancy tricks you can pull, I'm going to show everyone who's really the best here. Uraraka sighed. Come on, Bakugo, we're supposed to work together. Teamwork would be the most efficient approach, Todoroki added calmly. Bakugo scoffed. Whatever. Just stay out of my way. All Might directed each team to different entry points. Remember, young heroes. Your objective is to rescue, not just fight. Strategy and cooperation will serve you better than raw power. As Team 4 headed to their starting position, Ben tried to break the ice. So, what can you guys do, exactly? I know Bakugo makes explosions, but what about you two? I can manipulate gravity, Uraraka explained cheerfully. Make things weightless by touching them. Ice and fire, Todoroki said simply, demonstrating by creating a small flame in his right hand and frost in his left. Cool, Ben replied. Or, hot and cool, I guess. Bakugo snorted at the lame joke, but Uraraka giggled. Even Todoroki's lips quirked slightly. Their entry point was a small door at the base of what looked like an oil refinery. All Might's voice came through their earpieces, your mission begins in 3, 2, 1. Start. Bakugo immediately blasted the door open and charged inside. Try to keep up, losers. Is he always like this? Ben asked, running after him with Uraraka and Todoroki. Unfortunately, Todoroki confirmed. Inside, they found a maze of catwalks, pipes, and machinery. According to their briefing, 5 civilians needed extraction from different locations within the complex. Security drones would try to stop them, and environmental hazards would trigger randomly. We should split up to cover more ground, Bakugo announced. I'll take the upper levels. Bad idea, Ben countered. We don't know what we're facing yet. Sticking together gives us better odds. Who died and made you leader? Bakugo sneered. No one, but I've been doing this hero thing for years, Ben replied. Trust me on this. Years? You're the same age as us. Bakugo challenged. Ben tapped the Omnitrix. Let's just say I got an early start. Before the argument could escalate, an alarm blared. Mechanical sentries dropped from the ceiling, surrounding the team. Intruders detected. Security protocol engaged. Less arguing, more action. Uraraka shouted as the sentries opened fire with rubber projectiles. Todoroki created an ice wall for cover while Bakugo blasted 2 sentries with explosions from his palms. Ben activated the Omnitrix, transforming into a green, plant-like humanoid. Swampfire, he announced, hurling fireballs at the remaining sentries. The combination of Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's ice and fire, and Ben's flames made quick work of the security drones. Not bad, Bakugo admitted grudgingly. What else can you turn into? About 60 different aliens, give or take, Ben replied, extinguishing the flames around his hands. Depends what we need. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly before he masked it with a scowl. Whatever. Let's find these damn civilians. They pressed deeper into the facility, encountering more resistance as they went. Ben switched between forms as needed, XLR-8 for speed, Heat Blast for firepower, Goop for infiltration. With each transformation, his teammates grew more impressed, though Bakugo refused to show it openly. Your quirk is amazing, Ben. Uraraka exclaimed after he used Armadillo to clear a blocked pathway. How do you keep track of all those forms? Practice, Ben replied, transforming back to human. Though I still mess up sometimes and get the wrong alien. My quirk can be finicky. Todoroki, who had been quiet but observant, finally spoke up. It's not just a transformation quirk, is it? Each form has completely different abilities. It's like having multiple quirks. Ben hesitated. Something like that. Found one. Bakugo called out, having climbed up to a higher platform. A dummy in civilian clothes was trapped under fallen debris. Need help getting it out? I've got this, Uraraka said, touching the debris to make it weightless. Todoroki created an ice slide to safely lower the dummy once it was freed. 1 down, 4 to go, Ben noted. Good teamwork. Bakugo grunted what might have been acknowledgement. They continued through the facility, finding and extracting the second and third dummies with increasing efficiency. Despite his initial hostility, even Bakugo began working in concert with the others, using his explosions to distract sentries while Ben or Todoroki secured the civilians. As they approached the area where the 4th dummy was located, the entire structure shuddered. Warning lights flashed red. Catastrophic failure imminent. Structural collapse in 2 minutes. That can't be part of the training, Uraraka said worriedly. Todoroki touched a nearby wall, frost spreading from his fingers. The temperature's rising. Something's really overheating. Bakugo pointed to a massive tank labeled pressure vessel, where gauges were spinning into red zones. If that blows, this whole place goes up. Ben scanned the area. The last 2 dummies must be in the danger zone. We need to split up now. Uraraka, Todoroki, get the civilians. Bakugo, you and I will handle the pressure vessel. To his surprise, Bakugo nodded without argument. Don't mess up, Tennyson. The team separated, with Uraraka and Todoroki racing toward the life signs on their trackers. Ben and Bakugo approached the failing pressure vessel, where superheated steam was already escaping from multiple valves. Any ideas? Ben asked, examining the complex machinery. We need to vent the pressure without rupturing the tank, Bakugo replied, showing surprising technical knowledge. See those emergency release valves? They're jammed. If we can force them open, say no more. Ben twisted the Omnitrix dial and transformed into a small, frog-like alien. Gray matter again. He leapt onto the tank, his enhanced intelligence immediately comprehending the system. The primary release mechanism is fused from overheating. We need to bypass it and trigger the secondary systems manually. Bakugo watched as the tiny alien scurried across the machinery, rewiring connections and adjusting mechanisms with blinding speed. How the hell are you doing that? This form comes with enhanced intelligence, Ben explained, working feverishly. I've reconfigured the emergency protocols, but we need a controlled explosion to free the main valve without damaging the housing. About here. He pointed to a specific junction. Bakugo grinned. Controlled explosions are my specialty. He placed his hand precisely where Ben indicated, generating a carefully modulated blast. The valve shuddered, then slowly began to turn. It's working. Ben exclaimed. But we need more valves open. There. He pointed to 3 more locations in quick succession. Bakugo moved with impressive precision, creating perfectly calibrated explosions at each point. Steam vented harmlessly through the emergency systems, and the pressure gauges gradually returned to safe levels. Warning cancelled. System stabilizing, announced the facility's AI. Ben jumped down from the tank and transformed back to human form. Nice work. Those were some precise explosions. Bakugo crossed his arms but couldn't hide a satisfied smirk. I'm not just about raw power, you know. I've got technique too. Guys. Uraraka's voice came through their communicators. We've got both civilians, but Todoroki's trapped. Part of the catwalk collapsed. Where are you? Ben asked urgently. East section, 3rd level. Uraraka replied. Hurry. Ben looked at Bakugo. Think we can get there fast enough? Not fast enough by foot, Bakugo admitted. Then I'll give us a lift. Ben activated the Omnitrix again, transforming into a massive, moth-like alien. Big chill. He grabbed Bakugo under the arms, ignoring the boys' protests, and phased them both through multiple walls, flying directly to the east section. They found Uraraka maintaining the weightlessness of several tons of collapsed metal, while Todoroki was pinned underneath, his left side trapped. I can't hold it much longer. Uraraka warned, sweat beading on her forehead. Get ready to drop it, Ben instructed, setting Bakugo down. I've got this. He flew beneath the debris and turned intangible, extending the effect to Todoroki. When I say now, drop everything and get clear. Bakugo, be ready to catch Todoroki. Alright, Uraraka stammered, reaching her limit. Now. Uraraka released her quirk, and the debris crashed down, passing harmlessly through Ben's intangible form and the now intangible Todoroki. Ben pulled Todoroki free and turned them both tangible again, with Bakugo helping to steady the ice and fire user. Thanks, Todoroki said quietly, wincing as he put weight on his left leg. Ankles twisted, but I'll manage. We've got all 5 civilians and stabilized the facility, Uraraka reported into her communicator. Mission complete, All Might. Excellent work, Team 4. All Might's voice boomed through their devices. Return to the entrance for evaluation. With Todoroki leaning on Ben, now back in human form, and Bakugo carrying 2 of the dummies, they made their way to the exit. Despite their rough start, a sense of accomplishment united them. You know, Uraraka said as they walked, we actually make a pretty good team. Your quirk isn't completely useless, Bakugo told Ben, which seemed to be high praise coming from him. That intangibility trick was decent. Thanks, I think. Ben smiled. You guys aren't so bad yourselves. At the entrance, All Might and the rest of Class 1A waited for them. Many students looked impressed, having watched their performance on monitors. Young heroes. All Might announced. Team 4 has demonstrated excellent crisis management, teamwork, and creative quirk application. Especially you, young Tennyson, 7 different transformations, each used strategically. 7. Kirishima exclaimed. That's so manly. Such versatility is indeed remarkable, commented a girl with a spiky ponytail, Yaoyorozu, Ben recalled from introductions. Bakugo scoffed. He's still not better than me. Ben laughed. Wouldn't dream of claiming I was. Aizawa stepped forward, his expression as unenthusiastic as ever. The simulation malfunction wasn't planned. Support department apologizes for the actual danger. However, it provided a valuable test of your real crisis response. Wait, that was real? Uraraka gasped. The pressure vessel could have actually exploded? The safety systems would have prevented catastrophic failure, Aizawa clarified. But yes, there was genuine risk. Your team handled it admirably. As the class discussed the exercise, a student with purple ball-like hair approached Ben. So, any of your transformations good with the ladies? Before Ben could respond, a green-haired girl smacked the boy on the head. Ignore Mineta. I'm Azui Tsuyu, but call me Tsu. Your quirk is really interesting, Ben. It's almost like you become entirely different people. That's not far off, Ben admitted. Each form has its own instincts and abilities. Takes some getting used to. Todoroki, now having his ankle wrapped by a girl Ben learned was Yaoyorozu, spoke up. It's more than that. Your entire physical structure changes completely. I've never seen anything like it. Ben rubbed the back of his neck, uncomfortable with the scrutiny. Yeah, well, I'm kind of one of a kind. That much is obvious, said Bakugo, but without his usual hostility. As the class headed back to the main building, Ben found himself walking alongside Uraraka. So, how's your first day going? She asked cheerfully. Better than expected, Ben replied honestly. Back home, I usually work alone or with my cousin. Being on a team like this. It's different, but not bad. Well, we're glad to have you. Even Bakugo, though he'd never admit it. She lowered her voice. Between us, I think he's actually impressed by you, which almost never happens. Ben glanced ahead at Bakugo, who was arguing with Kirishima about something. He reminds me of Kevin when we first met, all attitude on the outside. Kevin? Uraraka asked curiously. A friend from back home, Ben explained, feeling a pang of homesickness. He'd probably get along with Bakugo, actually. They both enjoy blowing stuff up. Uraraka laughed. Sounds like a handful. Do you miss your friends a lot? Yeah, Ben admitted. But being here, meeting all of you, it helps. That evening, Ben sat on the roof of his apartment building, watching the sunset over this strange version of Japan. The city lights were coming on, creating a familiar yet alien landscape of buildings where people with extraordinary abilities lived ordinary lives. He activated the Omnitrix's communication function, but as expected, received only static. No interdimensional signal. Not surprising. Talking to yourself, came a gruff voice. Ben turned to find Aizawa standing by the roof access door. Mr. Aizawa? How did you find me? All Might asked me to check on you. Aizawa approached, hands in his pockets. Adjusting okay? Ben shrugged. As well as can be expected when you're stranded in another dimension. Aizawa sat on the ledge beside him. All Might filled me in completely. Aliens, dimension hopping, it's a lot to take in. But you believe it? I've seen enough to know when someone's lying. You're not. Aizawa looked out over the city. Plus, your quirk doesn't follow the rules. It doesn't fatigue you, has too many variations, and most tellingly, it partially resisted my erasure. Ben nodded. The Omnitrix is alien technology, not a quirk. Which brings me to why I'm really here. Aizawa turned to face Ben directly. Our sensors detected an anomalous energy signature this afternoon, similar to the readings we got when you first appeared. Ben straightened immediately. Another dimensional breach? Where? Industrial district, near the docks. UA's equipment picked it up, but it was gone before we could investigate properly. Someone else from my universe might have come through, Ben said, excitement and concern mingling in his voice. Or something else. That's what concerns me, Aizawa replied. All Might mentioned you were fighting someone when you arrived. Vilgax, was it? Ben's expression darkened. If Vilgax came through, this world is in serious danger. He's one of the most powerful conquerors in my universe, and he wants the Omnitrix. We'll increase patrols in that area, Aizawa said. But I thought you should know. Thanks. Ben looked down at the Omnitrix. I should start my own investigation tomorrow. Aizawa stood. Just don't miss class. Dimensional traveler or not, you're still a student at UA now. As Aizawa left, Ben transformed into XLR-8, his fastest alien form. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa, but this can't wait until tomorrow. In a blur of speed, he raced toward the docks, a knot of worry forming in his stomach. If Vilgax had indeed followed him to this dimension, Ben needed to find him before he could establish a foothold. The people of this world, for all their quirks and heroes, had never faced anything like the Chimera Sway generous warlord. The industrial district was quiet when Ben arrived, factories and warehouses shuttered for the night. He switched to Wildmutt, using the Volpomancer's enhanced senses to search for any trace of alien technology or familiar sense. For nearly an hour, he found nothing unusual, until a faint energy signature caught his attention. Following it to an abandoned warehouse, Ben detected the unmistakable residue of interdimensional travel. Someone definitely came through here, he muttered after transforming back to human form. But who? The warehouse was empty except for some old shipping containers and discarded equipment. Ben examined the area where the energy signature was strongest, finding microscopic particles of unusual composition, metal unlike anything from Earth. Definitely alien tech, Ben confirmed. But no sign of Vilgax himself. He was about to leave when something caught his eye, a small device attached to one of the support beams. It looked like a surveillance camera, but with distinctly alien design elements. That's plumber tech, Ben realized, recognizing the advanced alien peacekeeping forces equipment. But who would? A noise from outside interrupted his thoughts. Ben quickly transformed into Big Chill, turning invisible and intangible as he phased through the wall to investigate. A figure in a hooded cloak was moving stealthily between shipping containers. Ben followed silently, staying invisible. The figure stopped at a junction, checking something on a device similar to a smartphone but with alien modifications. Come on, where are you? The figure muttered in a frustrated female voice that sounded vaguely familiar to Ben. He decided to reveal himself, materializing a few feet behind her. Looking for someone? The figure whirled around, hand extended. Pink energy glowed at her fingertips. Stay back. Ben raised his hands. Whoa, easy. I'm not here to fight. The hooded figure lowered her hands slightly but remained tense. Who are you? One of the local heroes? Something like that, Ben replied, studying her carefully. There was something familiar about her energy signature. Mind telling me why you're sneaking around with modified plumber tech? The figure stiffened. You know about the plumbers? Who are you really? Ben decided to take a risk. He touched the Omnitrix symbol and transformed back to human form. Name's Ben Tennyson. And I'm guessing you're not from around here either. The figure stood frozen for a moment, then slowly lowered her hood, revealing a young woman with pink-streaked black hair and cat-like features. Ben, she exclaimed. It really is you. I've been looking everywhere. Ben stared in shock. Wait. Lucky girl? Charmcaster? Who are you? The woman rolled her eyes. Seriously, Tennyson. It's me, Gwen. Your cousin. Gwen. Ben's eyes widened. But you look different. Older. So do you, Gwen replied. Dimensional travel isn't exactly precise. I've been chasing you across 3 different reality variants. Time flows differently between dimensions. Ben stepped forward, still processing. How did you find me? How did you even know I was missing? Grandpa Max had a lock on your Omnitrix signal when it went haywire, Gwen explained. We saw you disappear fighting Vilgax. It took us days to calibrate the dimensional tracer to follow you. Us? Is Grandpa here too? Gwen shook her head. Just me. I'm the only one who could safely make the jump thanks to my anodite powers. She gestured to the pink energy still faintly glowing around her hands. And even then, it was risky. Ben felt a wave of relief knowing his family had found him. So you can get us back home? Gwen's expression turned apologetic. That's complicated. The dimensional doorway isn't stable. I can track it, but reopening it requires more power than I currently have. Great, Ben sighed. So we're both stuck here. For now, Gwen confirmed. But that's not our biggest problem. She activated her modified smartphone, showing Ben a tracking display. Vilgax came through too, just like we feared. He landed about 10 kilometers from your arrival point. Ben's expression hardened. Any sign of him? Nothing concrete, but there have been reports of technological thefts from research facilities. Advanced components, power sources, exactly what Vilgax would need to build a dimensional gateway or enhance his own tech. And in a world where supervillains are common, he could blend in or find allies, Ben realized. This just got a lot more complicated. Gwen nodded. On the plus side, he's probably as stranded as we are. On the minus side. He has nothing to lose, Ben finished grimly. We need to find him before he gets established here. My thoughts exactly. I've set up a temporary base in an abandoned office building near here. Gwen pointed to a medium-sized structure a few blocks away. Been monitoring communications, learning about this world. It's fascinating, these quirks are like genetic superpowers. Ben nodded. Yeah, I've been getting the crash course. Actually enrolled at their hero school. Gwen raised an eyebrow. You? In school? Voluntarily? It seemed like the best way to learn about this world and find a way home, Ben defended. Plus, they have resources and information we might need. Smart thinking, Gwen admitted. So what's your cover story? Transfer student with a transformation quirk. Nobody questions it much in a world where people can have literally any superpower from birth. Gwen tapped her chin thoughtfully. That could work for me too. Maybe I could. She was interrupted by the sound of an explosion several blocks away. Emergency sirens immediately followed. Ben activated the Omnitrix. Hero time. Gwen's hands glowed with pink mana. Just like old times. Let me call this in first, Ben said, pulling out the communicator UA had provided him. If it's Vilgax, we might need backup. As Ben reported the disturbance to UA's hero network, he couldn't help feeling that his adventure in this new world had just become significantly more complicated, but also, with Gwen's arrival, slightly less lonely. The dimensional breach that brought him here was clearly larger than he'd initially thought. And if Vilgax was indeed planning something in this world of quirks and heroes, the consequences could be catastrophic for both universes. Chapter 2, New World. Same hero. Ben woke to the sound of his UA communicator buzzing. He'd been in this dimension for 2 weeks now, and between attending hero school and secretly working with Gwen to track down Vilgax, he was running on fumes. 5 more minutes, he groaned, rolling over. The buzzing continued. With a sigh, Ben grabbed the device. Tennyson here. You're late, came Aizawa's unimpressed voice. Bus leaves for USJ in 20 minutes. Be there. Ben shot upright, suddenly wide awake. The rescue training facility? That's today. 18 minutes now, Aizawa replied before disconnecting. Crap. Ben scrambled out of bed, grabbing his uniform. After a lightning-fast shower and barely remembered breakfast, he transformed into XLR-8 and raced toward UA. He skidded to a stop in a hidden alley near the school, transformed back, and casually walked the last block. The class was already loading onto the bus when he arrived. Cutting it close, Tennyson, Aizawa remarked as Ben jogged up. Sorry. Late night. It wasn't entirely a lie, he and Gwen had been investigating another tech heist until 2 a.m. Uraraka waved from the bus door. Ben. We saved you a seat. He smiled, feeling a little less rushed as he climbed aboard. The round-faced girl patted the spot beside her, with Ida and Azui sitting across from them. Thanks, Ben said, dropping into the seat. Didn't think I'd make it. Aizawa-sensei was about to send Bakugo to drag you here, Azui commented matter-of-factly. That would have been messy, Ribbit. Bakugo, overhearing from a few seats back, scoffed. I would have just blown his door down. Which is exactly why I didn't send you, Aizawa muttered, taking his seat at the front. As the bus pulled away from UA, conversation flowed freely among the students. Ben was still getting used to the casual way they discussed their powers, or quirks, as he had to remember to call them. So Ben, Kirishima leaned over from the seat behind, which of your transformations is your favorite? Ben considered this. Tough call. Each one's useful for different situations. But which one feels most like you? Azui pressed curiously. The question caught Ben off guard. He'd never really thought about it that way. I guess. Feedback. Or maybe Swampfire. They just feel right, you know. We haven't seen feedback yet, have we? Uraraka asked. No, I've been keeping some in reserve, Ben admitted. Never know when you might need a surprise. Todoroki, quiet as usual, spoke up from across the aisle. Strategic. Though I wonder if holding back serves you in training. How can you improve with forms you don't use? Fair point, Ben conceded. Guess I'm just used to having aces up my sleeve. Speaking of which, Yayorozu chimed in, I've been analyzing your transformations from combat training. Each one seems to follow consistent biological rules. Are there limitations to how long you can maintain each form? Ben shifted uncomfortably. These questions were getting dangerously close to revealing the truth about the Omnitrix. Yeah, there's a energy consumption issue. More powerful transformations drain faster. Before the conversation could continue, Aizawa announced their arrival at USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint. As they disembarked, Ben marveled at the massive dome-shaped facility. This place is huge, he remarked to Uraraka. What exactly are we doing here? Rescue training, she replied enthusiastically. The facility has different zones for different disaster scenarios, fire, flood, landslides, you name it. Inside, they were greeted by a pro-hero in a space suit-like costume whom Ben recognized from his entrance exam. 13. The rescue specialist, right? Correct, young Tennyson, 13 replied. I'm impressed you remember. Your performance during that test was remarkable. The class gathered around as 13 explained the facility and the day's objectives. Ben listened with half an ear, his attention drawn to the central plaza where something felt off. A tingling sensation he'd come to associate with trouble. Remember that your quirks can harm as easily as they help, 13 was saying. Today is about control and precision. Ben's eyes narrowed as he noticed a small black dot appearing in the air near the central fountain. The dot expanded rapidly into a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. Mr. Aizawa, Ben interrupted urgently, something's happening down there. Aizawa turned sharply, instantly alert. The portal had grown large enough for everyone to see, and figures were emerging from it, dozens of them, with menacing appearances and hostile intent. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa commanded, pulling his capture weapon loose. Those are villains. The class erupted in confusion and fear, but Ben stepped forward, the Omnitrix already activated. This isn't a drill, is it? No, Aizawa confirmed grimly. Somehow, they've breached our security. Kaminari, try contacting the school. The electric work student attempted to use his communicator, but shook his head. No signal. They're jamming us. Ben assessed the situation rapidly. At least 30 villains were spreading out from the central plaza, led by a pale figure covered in severed hands and a massive, bird-like creature with an exposed brain. That's a lot of bad guys, Ben noted. What's the plan? The plan, Aizawa said, pulling his goggles into place, is for you students to evacuate while I hold them off. By yourself? Midori, no, Ben corrected himself, there was no Midoriya here. That's suicide. There are too many. I'm a pro-hero. This is my job. Aizawa moved toward the stairs. 13, get them out of here. Ben exchanged glances with Bakugo and Todoroki, seeing his own thoughts reflected in their eyes. None of them were comfortable fleeing while a teacher faced such overwhelming odds. Go. Aizawa ordered, leaping into the fray below. The class reluctantly began backing toward the exit, with 13 leading the way. They'd barely gone 10 steps when another portal materialized directly in their path. From this new vortex emerged a figure composed of swirling dark mist with glowing yellow eyes. Greetings, UA students, the misty villain said. I am Kurogyri, and we are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today, we've come to end the symbol of peace, All Might. All Might's not even here, Kirishima growled, his skin hardening. A miscalculation, Kurogyri admitted. But perhaps some dead students will draw him out. Like hell. Bakugo lunged forward, explosions ready, with Kirishima right behind him. No, wait. Ben shouted, but too late. The two students attacked, their blows passing harmlessly through the misty villain. Foolish, Kurogyri remarked, his mist body expanding rapidly. Now you will be scattered and slaughtered. The dark fog enveloped most of the class. Ben felt the ground vanish beneath his feet as space itself seemed to distort around him. Everyone, stay together, he yelled, activating the Omnitrix. Green light flashed as he transformed into Heat Blast, immediately generating intense flames to try to push back the mist. Too late. Reality shifted, and Ben found himself falling. He crashed into water with a hiss of steam. The shipwreck zone, he realized, surfacing quickly. Ben! Over here. Uraraka's voice called. She was clinging to a piece of floating debris with Azui. Ben swam toward them, his fiery form creating steam with every stroke. You two okay? We're fine, Ribbit, Azui replied. But there are villains in the water. As if on cue, scaled figures with aquatic adaptations began surfacing around them. One laughed, revealing shark-like teeth. Fish in a barrel, the villain sneered. And one of them's on fire. This'll be easy. Think again, Ben replied, touching the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. In a flash, he transformed into a red, manta ray-like alien with 3 lightning bolt-shaped appendages on his head. Jet Ray. The aquatic villains hesitated, confused by the transformation. Ben used their momentary surprise to fire neuroshock blasts from his eyes, stunning 2 villains instantly. What kind of quirk is that? One villain shouted. He changed again. Tsu, grab Uraraka. Ben called. The frog girl immediately understood, wrapping her tongue around Uraraka's waist. Ben swooped down, grabbing Azui with his feet, and soared upward with both girls as more villains converged on their position. He deposited them safely on the deck of the shipwreck. That was awesome. Uraraka exclaimed. But what about the others? They could be anywhere in the facility. Ben's expression grew serious. I need to find them. But you two shouldn't stay here, those villains will be back. We can handle ourselves, Azui stated firmly. Rib bit. But perhaps we should all head to the central plaza. That's where their leaders seem to be. And where Aizawa-sensei is fighting alone, Uraraka added worriedly. Ben nodded. Good thinking. I'll fly ahead and, a massive explosion from the landslide zone interrupted him. Even from a distance, they could see ice formations spreading rapidly, followed by the distinctive flashes of Bakugo's explosions. Looks like some of our classmates are fighting back, Ben observed. That's Todoroki and Bakugo for sure. Azui pointed toward the mountain zone. There's fighting there too. I can see Yaoyorozu's creations. Ben made a quick decision. Change of plans. I'll check the mountain zone, then meet you two at the central plaza. Stay together and be careful. You too, Uraraka said, concern evident in her voice. Ben nodded, then took off as Jetray, soaring high above the facility to get a better view. What he saw was chaos, battles erupting in every simulation zone as his classmates fought against the villains who had targeted them. In the mountain zone, he spotted Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Kaminari surrounded by at least a dozen enemies. He dove toward them, transforming mid-flight into Cannonbolt, a massive, armored alien that crashed into the villain group like a bowling ball, scattering them. Ben! Yaoyorozu exclaimed as he unfurled from his ball form. Thank goodness. You guys okay? Ben asked, standing protectively in front of his classmates. Jairu nodded. Barely. These guys keep coming, and Kaminari's almost at his limit. Yeah, I'm starting to short-circuit, Kaminari's speech devolved into a thumbs-up and a dopey expression as his brain short-circuited from overusing his electricity. Great, Ben muttered. Listen, we need to regroup. Most villains are focusing on the central plaza where their leaders are. Aizawa's fighting alone there. He can't handle that many by himself, Yaoyorozu said worriedly. Even for a pro, it's too much. The villains were regrouping, recovering from Ben's surprise attack. No time to debate, Ben decided. Get Kaminari and head for the entrance. I'll clear a path. He transformed again, this time into Armadillo, a massive, yellow-armored alien with jackhammer arms. Ben slammed his fists into the ground, creating a localized earthquake that threw the approaching villains off their feet. Go now, he shouted. I'll cover you. Yaoyorozu created a stretcher for the incapacitated Kaminari, and she and Jairu began making their way down the mountain path. Ben kept the villains at bay with seismic shockwaves until his classmates had gained enough distance. Once they were clear, he transformed into XLR-8 and zoomed toward the central plaza. The sight that greeted him there made his blood run cold. Aizawa was on the ground, bloodied and broken, with the massive brain-exposed villain standing over him. Nearby, Uraraka and Azui were hiding at the water's edge, frozen in terror as the hand-covered villain approached them. Without hesitation, Ben changed course, transforming mid-sprint into 4 arms. He slammed into the pale villain just before those hands could reach Azui. Back off, creep. Ben growled, using all 4 arms to hurl the villain away. He landed between the downed Aizawa and his classmates, fists clenched and ready. The villain recovered quickly, landing in a crouch. Well. What have we here? Another brat playing hero? He scratched his neck compulsively. Nomu, kill him. The brain-exposed creature, Nomu, moved with frightening speed, appearing before Ben in an instant. A massive fist crashed into 4 arms' chest, sending him skidding backward despite his considerable strength. That actually hurt, Ben grunted, surprised. He braced himself as Nomu charged again, meeting the creature's next punch with all 4 of his arms. The impact created a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Uraraka and Azui took the opportunity to pull Aizawa away from the battlefield. Ben! Uraraka called. That thing took out Aizawa-sensei in seconds. I noticed, Ben replied through gritted teeth, struggling to hold Nomu back. Even four-armed strength was being matched, if not exceeded. You two get to safety. The pale villain laughed, scratching his neck faster. Shigaraki Tomura, he referred to himself in third person. That's me. And I'm very interested in your quirk, student. So many forms. So much power. Yet still not enough against my Nomu. As if to prove his point, Nomu broke through Ben's guard and landed a devastating blow to his midsection, folding the four-armed alien in half. Gah! Ben gasped, the pain intense despite his transformed state. He needed something stronger, faster. Touching the Omnitrix symbol, he transformed again, this time into a blue, moth-like alien. Big chill, he announced, his breath visible in the suddenly chilled air. Ben turned intangible as Nomu charged again, the creature's fist passing harmlessly through his ghostly form. Interesting, Shigaraki remarked. Nomu, adapt. To Ben's shock, Nomu's next swing connected despite his intangibility, sending him tumbling across the plaza. How? Ben coughed, solidifying as he hit the ground. Nomu has been engineered with multiple quirks, Shigaraki explained, scratching his neck in apparent excitement. Impact nullification, super strength, hyper regeneration, and now, adaptation. He learns from each encounter. Ben rose unsteadily to his feet. Then I'll have to give him something new to learn. He transformed again, this time into a crystalline being. Diamond Head. Crystalline spikes erupted from the ground, impaling Nomu from multiple angles. For a moment, it seemed effective, until Nomu simply flexed, shattering the crystals and regenerating instantly from the wounds. Is that all? Shigaraki taunted. Show me more, hero student. Show me all your transformations before Nomu breaks you. Ben realized with growing dread that this wasn't just a random attack. There was something calculated about Shigaraki's interest in his abilities. He needed a game changer. Fine, Ben said. You want to see something new? Try this. He transformed again, this time into a form he'd been saving, a black and green alien with plugs on his fingertips and a single antenna on his head. Feedback. Energy crackled around Ben as he absorbed ambient electricity from the environment. Let's see how your Nomu handles raw energy. Ben thrust his hands forward, releasing a massive electrical discharge that enveloped Nomu, causing the creature to convulse violently. The attack continued for several seconds, powerful enough to melt the concrete beneath the villain. When Ben finally ceased the barrage, Nomu remained standing, smoking, with parts of its flesh burned away, but already regenerating. Magnificent, Shigaraki whispered, no longer scratching. Kurogyri. We need to acquire this one. The mist villain materialized beside his leader. The teachers are coming, Shigaraki. All Might will be here any moment. Shigaraki's excitement visibly dampened. A shame. We'll have to postpone our game. He pointed at Ben. Remember this, Transform Boy. We'll be watching you very closely from now on. Before Ben could respond, a massive explosion rocked the entrance doors. They burst open to reveal the imposing figure of All Might, but not with his usual smile. Have no fear. For I am here, he announced, his voice carrying across the entire facility. In an instant, he was at Ben's side. Young Tennyson. You've done admirably holding them off. All Might, Ben breathed in relief. That thing, Nomu, it's designed to fight you. Multiple quirks, including adaptation. All Might's eyes narrowed. I see. Stand back now. This has become too dangerous for students. Other teachers were pouring in through the entrance, Present Mike, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and more. Shigaraki backed away, visibly frustrated. Nomu, he commanded. Kill the symbol of peace. What followed was a battle that Ben could barely track with his eyes. All Might and Nomu moved with incredible speed, exchanging blows powerful enough to generate shockwaves. Despite Nomu's fearsome abilities, All Might fought with a fury Ben had not seen before. A villain who harms my students. All Might roared, landing a devastating uppercut, deserves no mercy. The battle culminated in a final exchange where All Might seemed to exceed his own limitations, delivering a barrage of punches so fast they appeared simultaneous. Plus Ultra. All Might shouted as the final blow sent Nomu crashing through the USJ dome and into the sky beyond. Shigaraki stood stunned, hands falling from his neck. That's impossible. Nomu was perfect. With their ultimate weapon defeated, the League leaders had no choice but to retreat. Kurogiri enveloped Shigaraki in his mist, and they vanished just as Snipe's bullets would have hit them. The battle was over. As the dust settled, Ben transformed back to human form, exhaustion evident in his slumped shoulders. All Might approached, his smile returning but strained. Young Tennyson, your courage today was exemplary. You protected your classmates when many would have fled. Just doing what needed to be done, Ben replied, wincing slightly from lingering pain. Is Aizawa-sensei okay? Recovery Girl is treating him and 13 now, All Might assured him. Both seriously injured, but they will recover. Ben nodded, relieved. As other teachers secured the facility and rounded up the remaining villains, Ben's classmates began to regroup at the entrance. Uraraka rushed over, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug that made him wince. Sorry, she exclaimed, pulling back. But that was amazing. The way you stood up to those villains. Ben managed a tired smile. All in a day's work. Bakugo approached, his costume dirty and torn from his own battles. For once, his perpetual scowl was replaced with something almost like respect. Not bad, Tennyson. Still not as good as me, but, not bad. Coming from Bakugo, it was practically a standing ovation. As medical personnel arrived and began treating the injured students, Ben found a quiet moment to check his communicator. There was a message from Gwen, tech heist at Detonarat Corp last night. Components match Vilgax's teleporter signature. Call ASAP. Ben's momentary relief evaporated. While they'd been fighting the League of Villains, Vilgax had been making his move elsewhere. And something about today's attack felt connected, too coincidental to be random. Shigaraki's interest in his transformations had been too specific, too focused. Almost as if he knew what he was looking for. Everything okay? Todoroki asked, approaching silently. Ben quickly pocketed the communicator. Yeah, just tired. Those villains were tougher than they looked. Todoroki studied him with mismatched eyes. That last form you used. Feedback, was it? I've never seen anything generate energy like that. One of my more powerful transformations, Ben admitted. Was saving it for something special. Todoroki didn't seem entirely satisfied with the explanation but didn't press further. The police are taking statements. They want to talk to you specifically about the villains' leaders. Ben nodded and followed Todoroki to where Detective Tsukachi was interviewing students. As he described his encounters with Shigaraki and Nomu, Ben couldn't shake the feeling that something larger was brewing, something that connected the League of Villains with Vilgax's activities. And if that connection existed, both this world and his own could be in far greater danger than anyone realized. Later that evening, Ben met Gwen at their makeshift base in the abandoned office building. The space had been transformed with salvaged computers, monitoring equipment, and the few alien tech pieces they'd managed to recover since arriving. You look terrible, Gwen remarked as Ben collapsed into a chair. Rough day at school. Villain attack, Ben replied wearily. Some group called the League of Villains broke into USJ during our rescue training. They had this bioengineered monster called Nomu that nearly took me out even with the Omnitrix. Gwen's expression grew serious. Are you okay? Any serious injuries? Nothing the Omnitrix couldn't fix. Ben waved off her concern. What about that tech heist you mentioned? Gwen pulled up footage on one of the computers. Detnerat Corporation, specialized technology manufacturer. Someone broke in last night and stole prototype power regulators and quantum stabilizers. The security footage showed a shadowy figure moving with inhuman speed, avoiding cameras when possible. In one brief frame, a reflective, squid-like helmet was visible. Vilgax, Ben confirmed grimly. But he's not working alone. See that? He pointed to another figure in the background, humanoid, but with an unusual silhouette. Someone's helping him navigate this world. Gwen enhanced the image, revealing a person in a business suit with an unusually proportioned head. Local villain? Not sure, but there's more. Ben pulled out his student handbook, flipping to a page about support companies. Detnerat isn't the first tech company hit. There've been similar thefts from I-Island Research Labs and Shields Technologies. All specializing in different areas of advanced tech, Gwen noted. Power systems, quantum physics, and biological enhancement, Ben finished. The same kind of enhancements that villain Nomu had today. He paced the small room. It can't be coincidence. Vilgax is supplying tech to the League of Villains, and they're giving him something in return. Gwen's eyes widened. Information about this world's power systems. Access to facilities. Test subjects. And a very specific interest in the Omnitrix, Ben added, remembering Shigaraki's focused attention. He kept demanding I show him all my transformations. That's not good. Gwen pulled up another file. I've been monitoring police frequencies and hero networks. The authorities think the League is just after All Might, but if Vilgax is involved, then their ambitions are much bigger, Ben concluded. Vilgax doesn't care about the symbol of peace. He wants the Omnitrix, and he'll use anyone to get it, including local villains who don't realize what they're dealing with. Gwen closed the files with a sigh. We need to warn someone. All Might, at least. I will, Ben promised. But we need more evidence first. Something concrete linking Vilgax to the League. There's another problem, Gwen added reluctantly. The dimensional readings. They're getting stronger. She showed Ben a graph with steadily increasing energy signatures. Whatever method Vilgax is using to build his tech, it's causing dimensional instability. If it continues, the barrier between worlds could collapse, Ben realized. We could be looking at a full-scale invasion from our universe, or worse, a catastrophic merging of realities. Gwen nodded grimly. Which means our timeline just got a lot shorter. We either find Vilgax and stop whatever he's planning, or both our worlds are toast, Ben finished. No pressure or anything. A notification pinged on Ben's UA communicator. He checked it and groaned. Great timing. UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks, and participation is mandatory for all Hero Course students. Sports Festival? Gwen asked. Huge competition between students. Televised nationally. Scouts from hero agencies watch to recruit interns. Ben rubbed his temples. I was planning to keep a low profile, but that's not an option now. Actually, Gwen said thoughtfully, this might work to our advantage. A high-profile event would be the perfect opportunity to draw out the League, and possibly Vilgax himself. Ben considered this. Using myself as bait, you mean? You'll be surrounded by pro-heroes in a secure facility, Gwen pointed out. And I'll be monitoring from the outside. It's risky, but it might be our best chance to confirm the connection. Ben nodded slowly. All right. But we'll need a backup plan if things go south. He stood up, wincing as his still sore muscles protested. For now, I need sleep. Tomorrow, we start preparing for whatever's coming. As Ben headed back to his apartment, the city lights glimmered around him. 2 weeks until the sports festival. 2 weeks to prepare for a trap that might expose Vilgax's plans, or spring his own. And in the shadows between dimensions, forces were aligning that threatened not just one world, but two. The next morning, Class 1A was subdued as they gathered in their homeroom. The USJ attack had shaken everyone, though they put on brave faces. Aizawa was absent, still recovering from his injuries. All Might entered, his signature smile in place but somehow less bright than usual. "Good morning, young heroes. As you know, Aizawa-sensei will be recovering for some time. I'll be overseeing your class until his return." All Might-sensei, Ida raised his hand sharply. "How is Aizawa-sensei's condition?" "Stable and improving," All Might assured them. "Recovery Girl expects him to be back before the sports festival, though perhaps not at full capacity." A murmur went through the class at the mention of the festival. All Might nodded, understanding their reaction. "Yes, the UA Sports Festival will proceed as planned. The school administration believes canceling would send the wrong message, that we are afraid that villains can disrupt our society's functions." He straightened to his full, impressive height. "Instead, security will be tripled, and the event will stand as proof of our resilience." The class's energy shifted, enthusiasm replacing apprehension. Even after an attack, UA was moving forward. All Might continued, "Today, we'll begin special training in preparation for the festival. Not just combat skills, but strategic thinking and quirk application. The festival is your chance to be scouted by pro agencies for internships." Ben raised his hand. "All Might-sensei, what exactly happens at this festival?" "We don't have anything like it where I'm from." "Excellent question. The festival consists of multiple rounds. First, a qualification event that narrows the field, followed by tournament-style competitions that showcase individual abilities." All Might's smile widened. "It's broadcast nationwide, with viewership surpassing even the Olympics." "That's a lot of pressure," Ben muttered. Bakugo scoffed from his seat. "If you're scared, just drop out now, Tennyson. Save yourself the embarrassment when I crush you." "Is that a challenge, Bakugo?" Ben replied with a smirk. "Because last I checked, you still haven't seen half of what I can do." "Bring it on, alien boy." Bakugo growled, small explosions popping from his palms. The class looked between them, confused by Bakugo's strange insult, but Ben froze momentarily. Had his cover been blown? Bakugo seemed to realize his slip. "Because your transformations look like aliens, dumbass. What else would I mean?" Ben relaxed slightly, but made a mental note to be more careful around Bakugo. The explosive teen was more perceptive than he let on. All Might clapped his hands, diffusing the tension. "Save that fighting spirit for the festival. Now, let's head to Gym Gamma for special training." That special training turned out to be a series of exercises designed to push their quirks in new directions. All Might had set up stations focusing on different aspects: power, precision, duration, and creativity. "Young heroes. Your opponents at the festival will know your basic capabilities from public records. To succeed, you must surprise them." All Might instructed. "Today, I want each of you to develop at least one new application of your quirk." Ben approached the creativity station first, pondering which transformation to work with. The Omnitrix had hundreds of aliens, but he'd been careful to only show about a dozen forms so far. Having trouble deciding? Uraraka asked, joining him at the station. "Just weighing options," Ben replied. "What about you? Any ideas for your gravity quirk?" Uraraka nodded enthusiastically. "I've been thinking about applying zero gravity to myself in new ways, maybe for mobility or midair combat. But it makes me nauseous if I use it too much." "Drawbacks are part of the deal," Ben sympathized. "Each of my transformations has limitations too." They began training side by side, with Ben cycling through several aliens to test new applications. As Heat Blast, he practiced creating focused heat without flames. As Diamond Head, he worked on refining his crystal projections into more precise shapes. Uraraka watched with undisguised fascination. It's amazing how differently you move with each transformation. Not just physically, your whole fighting style changes. They each have different instincts, Ben explained as he reverted to human form. Different strengths, different ways of approaching problems. Must be nice having so many options, she mused, taking a water break. My quirk is pretty straightforward. But versatile, Ben countered. I saw how you used it at USJ. Making debris weightless to clear paths, then releasing your quirk to drop it on villains. That was smart. Uraraka blushed slightly at the praise. Thanks. Still working on the nausea part though. She hesitated, then asked, Ben, can I ask you something personal? Sure, he replied, though inwardly tensing. During the USJ attack, you seemed so calm. Like you'd faced villains before, many times. Her brown eyes studied him intently. Back in America, were you some kind of child hero or something? Ben considered his answer carefully. Something like that. My quirk manifested early, and I ended up in some situations where I had to use it. That explains a lot, Uraraka said. The way you took charge, how you knew exactly which transformation to use in each situation, you've had real experience. Before Ben could respond, All Might called the class together for team exercises. Students were paired randomly, with Ben ending up with Todoroki for a rescue simulation. Tennyson, Todoroki acknowledged as they prepared. I've been meaning to ask you about your ice form. Big chill. Ben clarified. What about him? The ice it generates is different from mine. Todoroki demonstrated, creating a small ice crystal with his right side. My ice follows normal thermal principles. Yours seems to freeze objects from the inside out, regardless of conductivity. Ben was impressed by Todoroki's observation. Yeah, it's a different mechanism. More like, instant molecular deceleration than traditional freezing. Todoroki nodded thoughtfully. Could be useful for the exercise. We need to extract the dummy from beneath that rubble without causing a secondary collapse. I'm thinking Armadillo could, Ben began, but was interrupted by All Might. Ah, young Tennyson. For this exercise, I'd like you to use only your ice-generating form. Part of festival preparation is learning to work within limitations. Ben nodded, understanding the logic. Big chill it is, then. He transformed into the moth-like alien, feeling the familiar cold emanating from his body. Todoroki studied the transformation with analytical eyes. Interesting. Your body temperature drops significantly in this form. Below freezing, Ben confirmed. Makes me pretty resistant to heat-based attacks too. They approached the simulated collapse site, where a training dummy was visible beneath layers of concrete and rebar. All Might had designed the setup to be particularly unstable, any wrong move could bring the entire structure down on the civilian. Standard approach would be to reinforce, then extract, Todoroki stated, beginning to create ice supports. But the weight of additional ice might trigger a collapse. Ben nodded. Let me try something. He turned intangible, phasing through the debris to reach the dummy. Once beside it, he partially solidified his hand, touching the dummy and extending his intangibility to it. Carefully, he phased them both back through the rubble. Extraction complete, Ben announced, setting the dummy down. No additional structural stress required. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. That's extremely efficient. Your intangibility bypasses the entire problem. Not always an option though, Ben admitted, reverting to human form. Some materials are resistant to phasing, and I can only extend the effect to what I'm directly touching. Still impressive, Todoroki conceded. You continue to surprise me, Tennyson. Coming from the usually reserved Todoroki, the comment felt significant. As they continued through the exercises, Ben found himself working with different classmates, each interaction revealing more about their unique abilities and personalities. Yaoyorozu's creation quirk fascinated him with its versatility. Tokoyami's dark shadow reminded him of Ghost Freak, though hopefully less malevolent. Even Mineta's sticky balls had tactical applications that Ben hadn't initially appreciated. By the end of the day's training, the class had developed a stronger sense of camaraderie. The shared experience of the USJ attack, followed by this intensive preparation, had forged bonds that transcended their initial impressions of each other. As they headed back to the locker rooms, Kirishima threw an arm around Ben's shoulders. Tennyson. A bunch of us are hitting up the mall this weekend for some pre-festival relaxation. You in? Ben hesitated, thinking of his investigation with Gwen. I don't know, I've got some family stuff. Family? Uraraka perked up, overhearing. I didn't know you had family in Japan. A cousin, Ben explained, deciding a partial truth was safer. She's visiting. Bring her along. Ashido suggested enthusiastically. The more the merrier. Ben considered the invitation. Maybe a day of normalcy would be good for both him and Gwen. Plus, it would reinforce his cover as a regular transfer student. Sure, why not, he finally agreed. I'll ask her. As the students dispersed for the day, Ben noticed Todoroki lingering behind, a contemplative expression on his face. When their eyes met, Todoroki approached with quiet purpose. Tennyson. A word? What's up? Ben asked casually. Todoroki glanced around, ensuring they were alone, then spoke in a low voice. During the USJ attack, I was in the landslide zone. The villains there were unusual. Ben's attention sharpened. Unusual how? One had technology I've never seen before. Energy weapons that weren't quirk-based. Todoroki's mismatched eyes fixed on Ben intently. When I froze him, the device on his wrist displayed a symbol that looked remarkably similar to the one that appears on your chest when you transform. Ben's blood ran cold. Are you sure? Not identical, but similar enough to notice. Hexagonal, with an hourglass pattern. Todoroki crossed his arms. Is there something you're not telling us, Tennyson? Something about these villains? Ben weighed his options quickly. Todoroki was perceptive and, from what Ben had observed, trustworthy. Maybe having an ally within UA who knew the truth would be beneficial. Not here, Ben decided. Meet me at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park tomorrow at 7. I'll explain everything then. Todoroki studied him for a moment, then nodded. 7 it is. As Todoroki walked away, Ben pulled out his communicator to message Gwen, change of plans. We need to bring someone else into the loop. And you're going shopping this weekend. Her reply came moments later, shopping? With teenagers? Have you lost your mind? Ben smiled despite the seriousness of the situation. Trust me, it's cover. Plus, you could use some local clothes if you're going to be here a while. Fine, came the reluctant response. But this someone else better be trustworthy. Ben looked in the direction Todoroki had gone. I think he is. At least, I hope so. Dagoba Beach was surprisingly beautiful at dawn. Once a dumping ground for trash, it had apparently been cleaned up recently, leaving pristine sand and clear waters that reflected the rising sun. Ben arrived early, transforming into jet ray to fly there undetected. He reverted to human form behind a secluded rock formation, then waited at the agreed meeting spot. Gwen was positioned nearby, hidden but watching in case things went wrong. Todoroki arrived precisely at 7, wearing casual clothes rather than his school uniform. He approached with that same measured calmness that seemed to define him. Tennyson, he greeted simply. Thanks for coming, Ben replied. What I'm about to tell you is going to sound crazy, but I need you to hear me out completely before you decide anything. Todoroki nodded once. Proceed. Ben took a deep breath, then launched into the truth, all of it. The Omnitrix, his arrival from another dimension, Vilgax, and the suspected connection to the League of Villains. He demonstrated the Omnitrix's true nature by cycling through alien silhouettes without transforming, showing Todoroki the interface and explaining how it worked. Throughout the explanation, Todoroki remained silent, his expression unreadable. When Ben finally finished, the dual-haired boy simply stared at the ocean for several long moments. "So," Todoroki finally said, "you're an interdimensional traveler with alien technology that allows you to transform into extraterrestrial species, and you believe your arch-nemesis has formed an alliance with our world's villains." "That about sums it up," Ben confirmed. "I know it sounds insane. In a world where people are born with the ability to manipulate gravity or create things from their own cells, insane is relative." Todoroki turned to face Ben fully. "I believe you." Ben blinked, surprised by the easy acceptance. "Just like that? Your explanation fits the inconsistencies I've observed better than any alternative," Todoroki replied pragmatically. "And it explains the alien technology one saw at USJ. You can come out now," Ben called over his shoulder. "He's cool." Gwen emerged from her hiding spot, approaching cautiously. "I'm Gwen Tennyson, Ben's cousin. And yes, before you ask, everything he told you is true." Todoroki studied her, noting the similarities to Ben. "You have powers as well?" "Not from a device." Gwen demonstrated by creating a small mana platform above her palm. "I'm part anodite, an energy-based alien species. My powers are innate, not technological." "Fascinating," Todoroki murmured. "So why tell me this?" "Why now?" "Because we need allies," Ben explained. "Someone inside UA who knows what's really happening and can help us investigate without drawing attention. And because you saw something at USJ that confirms our suspicions about Vilgax," Gwen added. "Can you describe the technology you encountered more precisely?" Todoroki nodded. "Red and black device, worn like a bracer. It projected energy beams similar to plasma, but more controlled. The villain using it mentioned something about upgraded tech, and a benefactor, who would change everything." Ben and Gwen exchanged worried glances. "That sounds like Vilgax's influence," Gwen confirmed. "He's supplying Earth technology enhanced with alien components. Which means the League of Villains is definitely working with him," Ben concluded. "But they may not understand who or what they're really dealing with." "What's your plan?" Todoroki asked directly. "The sports festival," Ben replied. "We think Vilgax might make a move there either directly or through the League. It's too high profile to ignore, especially with me participating." "Using yourself as bait," Todoroki observed. "Risky." "Calculated risk," Gwen corrected. "I'll be monitoring from outside, looking for dimensional energy signatures. If Vilgax or his tech appears, we'll know." Todoroki considered this. "How can I help?" "Eyes and ears inside UA," Ben explained. "Watch for anything unusual, technology that doesn't match current support equipment standards, students or staff behaving oddly, unauthorized access to secure areas. And during the festival," Gwen continued, "stay close to Ben if possible. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Todoroki nodded. "Agreed. Though I should warn you, I have my own objectives for the festival. My father expects me to win." "Endeavor, right?" Ben recalled the name of the number 2 hero. "I've heard he's intense." A shadow crossed Todoroki's face. "That's one word for it." Sensing a sensitive topic, Ben changed direction. "This stays between us for now. The fewer people who know, the safer everyone is." "Understood." Todoroki extended his hand, a surprisingly formal gesture from the usually reserved teen. "You have my word, Tennyson. Your secret is safe with me." As they shook hands, Ben felt a small weight lift from his shoulders. Having an ally who understood the full situation was a relief he hadn't realized he needed. "One more thing," Gwen interjected. "Ben mentioned something about a shopping trip this weekend." Todoroki's lips quirked in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Ah. Kirishima's pre-festival excursion. I declined, but I understand it's quite the social event. Great, Gwen muttered. Teenage mall rats. Just what I needed. Ben laughed, the sound carrying across the empty beach. Come on, it'll be fun. Consider it research into local culture. Even Todoroki seemed amused by Gwen's obvious discomfort with the idea. If it helps, Yaoyorozu will be there. She's quite knowledgeable about, well, everything. You might find her interesting. Fine, Gwen conceded. But if anyone asks about my quirk, we need a consistent story. Energy manipulation, Todoroki suggested promptly. Similar enough to your actual abilities to be believable if you need to use them. Ben nodded appreciatively. Good thinking. And you're a distant cousin visiting from America, helping me settle in. As the sun climbed higher, the three continued planning, establishing protocols and contingencies for the coming days. By the time they parted ways, Ben felt more confident than he had since arriving in this dimension. They had an ally, a plan, and a target date. Now they just needed to survive until the sports festival, and whatever Vilgax had in store for them. Kiyoshi Ward Mall buzzed with weekend energy as Ben and Gwen arrived to meet his classmates. Gwen had reluctantly adopted casual Japanese fashion, a lavender blouse, dark skirt, and light jacket, to blend in better. Remember, you're just a normal teenager visiting her cousin, Ben reminded her as they approached the meeting spot. Gwen rolled her eyes. I think I can handle pretending to be human, Ben. I've had more practice than you. They spotted the UA students gathered near a central fountain, Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, Bushido, Kaminari, Jairu, Yaoyorozu, and surprisingly, Bakugo, who looked like he'd been dragged there against his will. Ben. Uraraka waved enthusiastically when she spotted them. And this must be your cousin. Introductions went around quickly, with Gwen smoothly playing her role as the visiting American relative. Bakugo barely acknowledged either of them, while Yaoyorozu offered a formal but friendly greeting. So what brings you to Japan, Gwen-san? Ida asked politely. Family obligation, Gwen replied with a pointed look at Ben. Someone needs to make sure this one stays out of trouble. Kirishima laughed. Based on what we've seen at school, that's a full-time job. The group naturally split as they began shopping, with the girls gravitating together and the boys forming their own cluster. Ben found himself walking between Kirishima and Kaminari, with Bakugo trailing behind and Ida leading the way like an overly enthusiastic tour guide. So, Ben, Kaminari began conversationally, you ready for the sports festival? Any secret transformations you've been saving? Ben grinned. Maybe a few. You'll have to wait and see. Man, I still can't believe your quirk, Kirishima said admiringly. All those different forms. Must have been wild when it first manifested. You have no idea, Ben chuckled, remembering the chaotic summer when he first found the Omnitrix. One minute I'm a normal kid, the next I'm turning into creatures I didn't even have names for. Bet you caused some property damage, Bakugo commented unexpectedly from behind them. Ben glanced back, surprised Bakugo was actually engaging. More than I'd like to admit. You too, huh? Bakugo scoffed but didn't deny it. Controlling explosions takes precision. Doesn't mean I wasn't always good at it. Sure, Ben teased, I bet you never accidentally blew up your bedroom or anything. A flicker of something like embarrassment crossed Bakugo's face before he scowled. Shut it, Tennyson. Kirishima laughed. You totally did. That's hilarious. Like you didn't break everything you touched when your hardening first kicked in, Bakugo shot back. The conversation flowed surprisingly well after that, with even Bakugo occasionally contributing. Ben found himself genuinely enjoying the normalcy of it, just teenagers hanging out, sharing stories about awkward quirk malfunctions and training mishaps. Meanwhile, Gwen was finding common ground with Yaoyorozu, discussing theoretical applications of their similarly versatile abilities. So you can create any non-living material as long as you understand its atomic structure? Gwen asked, genuinely impressed. Yaoyorozu nodded modestly. Within the limits of my lipid reserves, yes. Your energy manipulation sounds equally versatile, though. Different applications, Gwen replied carefully. I can't create physical objects with the precision you can, but energy constructs have their advantages. Uraraka chimed in, you should see Ben's transformations. Are your quirks related somehow? Distant branches of the family, Gwen explained smoothly. Transformation never manifested in my line. As the shopping continued, Ben noticed a distinct change in the atmosphere when they passed a television display showing Endeavor in action. Yaoyorozu and Ashido commented admiringly on the flame hero's power, but Ben caught Gwen's subtle nod toward Bakugo, who had tensed noticeably at the mention of the number 2 hero. Following Gwen's signal, Ben maneuvered closer to Bakugo. Not a fan of Endeavor, he asked quietly. Bakugo snorted. I respect his power. His personality's garbage. You've met him? Unfortunately. Bakugo glanced around to ensure no one else was listening. Look, Tennyson, Todoroki's old man is bad news. Treats his kid like a breeding experiment, not a person. Ben's eyes widened slightly. That explains a few things about Todoroki. Half and Half doesn't talk about it, but everyone in the hero world knows, Bakugo muttered. Doesn't excuse him holding back his fire side, though. Waste of power. Before Ben could respond, a commotion erupted near the mall's main entrance. Security guards were converging on what appeared to be a small-scale villain incident. A man with metallic skin was attempting to rob a jewelry store. Should we do something? Kirishima asked, instinctively hardening his arms. Ida stepped forward authoritatively. We are students, not licensed heroes. We should evacuate and let the professionals handle this. Ben exchanged glances with Gwen, both noticing something the others hadn't. The villain was wearing a device on his wrist similar to what Todoroki had described from USJ. You guys go ahead, Ben said casually. I dropped my phone back at that last store. Gwen, help me look. Gwen nodded, understanding immediately. Sure. We'll catch up. As their classmates reluctantly moved toward the exits, Ben and Gwen ducked into a service corridor. Definitely Vilgax tech, Gwen confirmed once they were alone. Similar energy signature to what we detected at Detnerat. Testing in public now, Ben noted grimly. Getting bolder. He activated the Omnitrix. I'll handle the villain, you track the tech. We need to know if he's working alone or has backup. Be careful, Gwen warned. We don't want to draw too much attention. Ben grinned. When am I not careful? Before she could respond, he transformed into XLR-8 and zoomed toward the disturbance. The metallic villain had already subdued 2 security guards and was using the alien device to cut through the jewelry display cases. Ben skidded to a stop behind him, tapping the villain's shoulder. Excuse me, sir, I think you forgot to pay for those. The villain whirled around, swinging the energy weapon. Ben easily dodged at super speed, circling the villain multiple times. Too slow, he taunted. Want to try again? A speedster quirk, the villain growled. No matter. This beauty can handle any hero. He adjusted a setting on the device, and it emitted a wide field pulse that momentarily disrupted Ben's momentum. Whoa! Ben stumbled, nearly falling. That's new. The villain smirked. Like it? My benefactor provided some very special toys. Quirk dampening technology, cutting edge. Ben recovered quickly, touching the Omnitrix symbol to transform into Diamond Head. Let's try something less quirk-dependent, then. The villain's eyes widened at the transformation. You can change forms. Just like he said. Ben demanded, advancing on the now nervous villain. Who gave you that tech? Instead of answering, the villain fired his weapon at full power. The energy beam struck Ben's crystalline body and reflected back, nearly hitting the villain himself. "Bad choice," Ben remarked, extending crystal shards from his arm to form a blade. "That won't work on Diamond Head." The villain backed away, suddenly less confident. "This wasn't the plan. He just wanted to confirm you were here." "Who?" Ben pressed again, cornering the villain. "Vilgax. The League? Who are you working for?" The villain's expression shifted to panic. "I've said too much already." To Ben's surprise, he turned the weapon on himself. Retrieval protocol activated. Before Ben could stop him, the device emitted a blinding flash. When the light faded, both the villain and the alien technology had vanished, leaving only a scorch mark on the floor. "Teleportation?" Ben muttered in disbelief. He touched the Omnitrix symbol, reverting to human form as Gwen rushed to his side. "He's gone," Gwen confirmed, scanning the area with her mana. "Dimensional jump, but localized. He's still in this reality, just relocated." "He knew who I was," Ben said grimly. "Said, he wanted to confirm I was here. This was a test, not a robbery." Gwen nodded. "They're getting ready for something bigger." "We need to, Ben." "Gwen." Eurorika's voice called from nearby. "Are you okay?" "We saw the commotion." Ben quickly gestured for Gwen to handle it. "Stall them. I need to check something." While Gwen intercepted their classmates with a story about hiding during the incident, Ben quickly examined the scorch mark. Using a small vial from his pocket, standard plumber equipment he'd been carrying since arriving, he collected residue samples from the teleportation event. He rejoined the group just as Gwen was finishing her explanation. And then the villain just disappeared. It was the strangest thing. "Probably a teleportation quirk," Kaminari suggested. "Those are rare but not unheard of. The police will handle it," Ida assured them. "Though I must say, it was fortunate none of us got involved. Vigilantism is strictly prohibited." Bakugo narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Ben. "You two sure disappeared quickly when it all started." "We were looking for my phone," Ben replied smoothly, holding up the device. "Found it, by the way." Bakugo didn't seem entirely convinced but didn't press further. The mall was returning to normal operations, with security increased but shoppers resuming their activities. "Well, that was enough excitement for one day," Ashido declared. "Who's up for food court?" As the group headed toward the restaurants, Ben and Gwen hung back slightly. "We need to analyze that residue," Gwen whispered. "If they're using teleportation technology from our universe, it could explain how they're coordinating without being detected," Ben finished. "I'll drop it at the lab tonight. Also, I think Bakugo suspects something," Gwen added. "He's more observant than he lets on." Ben nodded. "I'm starting to realize that about him. Keep an eye on him, but I don't think he's a threat. If anything, he might make another potential ally." "One problem at a time," Gwen cautioned. "Let's focus on Vilgax first." The remainder of the shopping trip passed without incident, though Ben noticed both Bakugo and Yaoyorozu watching him and Gwen with subtle interest. By the time they all parted ways, Ben had the distinct feeling that his circle of confidants might need to expand sooner rather than later. Back at their makeshift lab, Ben and Gwen analyzed the teleportation residue while comparing notes from the mall incident. "Definitely Vilgax's technology," Gwen confirmed, studying the energy signature. "But modified to work with this world's physics. He's adapting quickly. And recruiting locals," Ben added. "That guy wasn't particularly powerful, just a metal skin quirk. But armed with alien tech. He becomes a significant threat," Gwen finished. "Classic Vilgax strategy, empower local forces as cannon fodder while he prepares his real plan." Ben brought up a map of Mizutofu's city on their computer, marking locations of known villain activity. The patterns becoming clearer. Tech thefts, public tests, increased League of Villains movement, they're building towards something big. And the timeline converges on the sports festival, Gwen noted, highlighting the date on their calendar. Maximum publicity, heroes concentrated in one location, you on display. The perfect target, Ben concluded grimly. We need to warn All Might. With what evidence? Gwen challenged. A mysterious villain who vanished. Technology that no one else recognized as alien. They already have security concerns after USJ, this won't change their preparations. Ben sighed, knowing she was right. So we stick to the plan. I participate normally, you monitor from outside, Todoroki watches my back inside. And we hope Vilgax shows his hand before anyone gets hurt, Gwen added quietly. Ben stared at the Omnitrix, its familiar green glow somehow comforting despite everything. 1 week until the festival. Time to get serious about training. The days leading up to the UA Sports Festival flew by in a blur of intensive training. Ben split his time between regular classes, special festival preparation, and clandestine practice sessions with Gwen, developing combinations and strategies that might work against Vilgax or enhanced villains. Aizawa returned to teaching 3 days before the festival, his face still bandaged but his spirit unbroken. If anything, he pushed the class harder than before, determined to prepare them for whatever challenges lay ahead. Tennyson, Aizawa called as class ended the day before the festival. A word. Ben approached the teacher's desk as the other students filed out. Yes, sir. Aizawa waited until they were alone, then spoke in a low voice. All Might told me about your unique situation when I was in recovery. Not everything, but enough. Ben tensed slightly. And I've been monitoring unusual technology appearances since returning, Aizawa continued. Including a mall incident involving a villain with a strange device who specifically reacted to your presence. You knew about that? Ben asked, surprised. I make it my business to know what my students are involved in. Aizawa's bandaged face revealed little, but his tone was serious. Tomorrow's festival has already received threats from the League of Villains. If your dimensional adversary is working with them, I need to know. Ben hesitated, then decided honesty was the best approach. We think he is. My cousin and I have been tracking unusual tech thefts and energy signatures. All signs point to Vilgax supplying the League with enhanced weapons, possibly in exchange for information about this world's power systems and heroes. Aizawa nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the confirmation. And the festival? Prime target, Ben admitted. I'll be participating as planned, partly as bait to draw him out. My cousin will monitor from outside for dimensional anomalies. Risky strategy, Aizawa noted, echoing Todoroki's earlier assessment. But necessary, Ben countered. Vilgax won't stop until he gets what he wants. At least this way, we control when and where the confrontation happens. Aizawa was silent for a moment, then slowly reached into his desk and withdrew a small device. Communication unit, linked directly to the Pro Hero Network. If anything happens during the festival, anything at all that seems connected to your adversary, activate it immediately. Ben accepted the device, recognizing its importance. Thank you. I will. One more thing, Tennyson, Aizawa added as Ben turned to leave. Don't forget why we're having this festival. Despite the threats, despite the danger, it's still about showcasing the students' abilities and potential. Don't let your external concerns overshadow what you've accomplished here. Ben smiled slightly. I won't. And Aizawa-sensei? Thanks for understanding. As Ben left the classroom, he felt a complex mixture of emotions. Tomorrow would be a test in more ways than one, a chance to demonstrate his abilities to this world, while potentially facing a threat from his own. Whatever happened, he knew the sports festival would be a turning point. That evening, he met with Gwen and Todoroki one final time to review their plans and contingencies. Security will be tight, Todoroki reported, having obtained the festival's protection details through his father's connections. Over 100 pro heroes positioned throughout the stadium, plus UA's own defense systems. Which won't mean much if Vilgax decides to attack directly, Gwen pointed out. Or if he's equipped the League with sufficient alien technology. Ben examined the stadium layout on the table between them. Vilgax isn't subtle. If he makes a move, it will be dramatic and visible. Probably during one of the main events when all attention is focused on the arena. I'll be monitoring from these 3 positions, Gwen indicated points on the map. Each gives me a different vantage point and energy reading spectrum. If anyone uses dimensional tech or teleportation, I'll know. And I'll stay as close to Ben as the competition allows, Todoroki added. Though once the tournament portion begins, that may be difficult. Ben nodded. We work with what we have. If things go south, our priority is civilian protection. The pros can handle the League, but Vilgax is our responsibility. They finalized details for emergency rendezvous points and communication protocols, then prepared to part ways. Tomorrow would come early, and all 3 needed rest. As Todoroki left, he paused at the door. Tennyson. A personal matter. What is it? Ben asked. Tomorrow, in the tournament. Todoroki's mismatched eyes held an unusual intensity. If we face each other, I want your full strength. All your forms, no holding back. Ben studied him curiously. Any particular reason? I've made a decision to use only my right side, my ice, in the festival, Todoroki explained. To reject my father's power. But to prove my resolve, I need to defeat the strongest opponents. You, with all your transformations, represent that challenge. Ben glanced at Gwen, who simply shrugged. All right, he agreed. If we fight, you'll get my best. But Todoroki? Just because your father's a jerk doesn't mean his power isn't yours too. Todoroki's expression remained impassive, but he nodded once before departing. That kid's got issues, Gwen remarked once they were alone. Don't we all? Ben replied, staring at the Omnitrix. Family legacy, great power, responsibility, some things are universal, I guess. Gwen placed a hand on his shoulder. Get some sleep, Ben. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. As Ben returned to his apartment that night, the city lights of Muzutafu spread out below him like stars fallen to earth. For a brief moment, he felt a pang of homesickness for Bellwood, for his parents and Grandpa Max, for the familiar villains and challenges of his own world. But then he thought of Class 1A, of All Might and Aizawa, of Uraraka's smile and Bakugo's fiery determination. In just a few short weeks, this strange dimension had begun to feel like a second home. Tomorrow, he would fight to protect both worlds, the one he came from, and the one he'd found himself in. Whatever Vilgax was planning, whatever alliance he'd formed with the League of Villains, Ben would be ready. Because he was Ben Tennyson, wielder of the Omnitrix. And it was hero time. The morning of the UA Sports Festival dawned clear and bright. Television crews had assembled hours before, setting up equipment to broadcast the event nationwide. Security checkpoints processed the thousands of spectators filing into the massive stadium, while inside, students prepared for their moment in the spotlight. Class 1A gathered in their designated waiting room, a mixture of nervous energy and determined focus filling the space. Ben sat quietly, mentally reviewing transformation combinations and strategies while his classmates dealt with pre-festival jitters in their own ways. Bakugo lounged with casual confidence, while Ida paced methodically. Uraraka performed breathing exercises in the corner, and Kirishima shadowboxed to warm up. Todoroki stood apart from the others, his expression even more closed off than usual. Nervous? Yaoyorozu asked, taking the seat beside Ben. He smiled slightly. Not about the competition. Other things on my mind. The villain from the mall, she guessed, her perceptiveness surprising him. I noticed your reaction was professional. Like you've dealt with situations like that before. Experience helps, Ben replied carefully. Yaoyorozu nodded. Well, whatever happens today, I look forward to seeing what you can do. Your quirk is fascinating from an analytical perspective. Thanks. Yours too, the applications seem nearly limitless. Their conversation was interrupted by Ida announcing it was almost time. The class began filing toward the entrance tunnel that would lead them into the stadium. Tennyson, Bakugo called as they lined up. Don't you dare lose to anyone but me, got it? Ben chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it, Bakugo. As they emerged into the sunlight, the roar of the crowd was deafening. The stadium was packed to capacity, with cameras tracking their movement and present mix voice booming over the loudspeakers. And here they are, folks. The students of Class 1A, who survived a villain attack and came back stronger than ever. Ben scanned the crowd, spotting Gwen in her predetermined position near the eastern stands. She gave a subtle nod, indicating all was clear so far. Aizawa and All Might were visible in the teacher's box, both watching with evident pride as their students assembled on the field. Present Mike continued his enthusiastic commentary as each class was introduced, building to the opening ceremony where the student representative, Bakugo, to everyone's concern, would speak. Ben tuned out most of the formalities, keeping his senses alert for any sign of trouble. So far, everything seemed normal. Standard security, typical festival atmosphere, no unusual energy readings according to the device Gwen had provided him. The first event was announced, an obstacle race around the stadium perimeter. As the students took their positions at the starting gate, Ben made a strategic decision. While Todoroki and Bakugo would likely go all out from the beginning, Ben needed to conserve his more powerful transformations for later, both for the tournament and in case Vilgax appeared. When the signal came, pandemonium erupted as all first-year students surged toward the narrow exit tunnel. Todoroki immediately created an ice wall, freezing many competitors in place, but Ben was ready. A quick transformation into Big Chill let him phase through both the crowd and Todoroki's ice, emerging near the front of the pack. Smart move, Tennyson. Todoroki called as he ran across his own ice. Ben reverted to human form to conserve the Omnitrix's energy, running alongside the dual quirk user. Just getting started. The first major obstacle appeared, massive robots from the entrance exam, including several of the zero-pointers Aizawa had used in Ben's evaluation. Todoroki didn't hesitate, freezing one solid and running beneath it. Ben opted for a different approach, transforming into Jet Ray and flying over the mechanical guardians entirely. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Present Mix voice echoed. Class 1, best transfer student transforms again. What a versatile quirk. Ben maintained Jetray's form through the next obstacle, a series of platforms over a bottomless pit, easily navigating the aerial challenge. He caught up with Todoroki at the final obstacle, a minefield. Reverting to human form to conserve energy, Ben carefully picked his way through the mines while Todoroki methodically created ice paths. Behind them, Bakugo was rapidly closing the gap using explosions for propulsion. He's gaining, Ben noted. Todoroki nodded grimly. Expected. His quirk is ideal for this. Get back here, you bastards. Bakugo roared from behind them. Ben laughed despite the situation. Always a charmer, that one. As they neared the end of the minefield, Ben noticed something unusual, a slight shimmer in the air near the stadium entrance, like heat waves but more structured. He activated his communicator to Gwen. Possible anomaly at the main return entrance. Visual distortion. On it, came her terse reply. Ben refocused on the race, maintaining his position but not pushing to overtake Todoroki. Conserving energy for potential threats was more important than winning this preliminary event. They re-entered the stadium neck and neck, with Bakugo right behind them. Todoroki crossed the finish line first by a narrow margin, with Ben second and Bakugo third, cursing colorfully at them both. A spectacular finish. Present Mike announced. Todoroki, Tennyson, and Bakugo take the top 3 spots. As other students began finishing the race, Ben's communicator vibrated. He checked it discreetly. Confirmed energy reading at entrance. Small-scale dimensional fluctuation, like a probe or scanner. Gone now. Ben's eyes narrowed. So Vilgax was indeed monitoring the festival, likely assessing security and tracking Ben's movements. The question was whether this was merely surveillance or preparation for something bigger. The next event was announced, a cavalry battle where students would form teams based on points assigned from their race positions. As the top finishers, Todoroki, Ben, and Bakugo had the highest point values, with Ben's second-place finish worth 205 points. Students immediately began forming alliances, with many approaching the high-value targets. Uraraka was the first to reach Ben. "Partner up," she asked cheerfully. "Your transformations plus my zero gravity could be a killer combo." Ben nodded, relieved to have an ally he could trust. "Definitely. We need at least 2 more, though." "How about me?" Yaoyorozu approached. "My creation quirk could provide equipment and defensive measures." "Perfect," Ben agreed. "One more." They were joined by Jairu, whose sound amplification earlobes could provide both reconnaissance and offense. The team quickly strategized, with Ben planning to use forms that complemented his teammates' abilities. Across the field, Todoroki had assembled a powerful team including Ida, Kaminari, and Tokoyami. Bakugo, predictably, had gathered Kirishima, Siro, and Ishido, a team built for mobility and offense. As the cavalry battle began, Ben transformed into a small but incredibly intelligent gray alien. "Gray matter. That's your choice?" Jairu asked skeptically as they formed their horse configuration, with Ben as the rider. "Trust me," Ben replied, his high-pitched voice betraying gray matter's diminutive size. "This form's intelligence will let us outthink the competition." True to his word, Ben's enhanced intellect allowed him to predict other teams' movements and coordinate perfect defensive maneuvers. Yaoyorozu created shields and capture weapons to his specifications, while Uraraka's zero gravity made their formation surprisingly agile. Bakugo at 3 o'clock. Jairu warned, her earlobes detecting the explosive teen's approach. Yaoyorozu, reflective shield. Jairu, sonic pulse on my mark. Ben commanded. Uraraka, prepare to release gravity on Bakugo's team when they get within 5 meters. The coordinated defense worked perfectly, sending Bakugo's team tumbling when they encountered the sudden shift in weight, followed by Jairu's disorienting sonic attack. "Damn it, Tennyson." Bakugo raged as his team regrouped. Ben merely waved cheekily, gray matter's small form making the gesture almost comical. With Todoroki's team approaching from the opposite direction, Ben touched the Omnitrix symbol on his forehead, transforming into a new alien form, Buzzshock, a small electrical being capable of energy manipulation. "What the?" Kaminari exclaimed as Ben's team suddenly crackled with electrical energy. "Sorry, Kaminari," Ben called, "but 2 can play the electrical game." He sent a controlled surge toward Todoroki's team, forcing them to veer away as dark shadow recoiled from the light. For most of the event, Ben's team maintained their position, defending their points while occasionally capturing headbands from lower-ranked teams. As the final minutes approached, however, both Todoroki and Bakugo mounted all-out offensives. "Here they come," Jairu warned. "Both sides at once." Ben made a split-second decision, transforming into Ghost Freak. His spectral form allowed him to phase through Todoroki's ice attack while simultaneously avoiding Bakugo's explosion. "Too slow." Ben taunted, using Ghost Freak's tentacles to snatch Bakugo's headband directly from his forehead. "You bastard." Bakugo howled, launching himself off his team entirely in a desperate aerial attack. Ben turned intangible, letting Bakugo pass through him harmlessly, but the distraction allowed Todoroki's team to circle around. Ice spread beneath them, freezing their position as dark shadow extended to grab their headbands. "Uraraka, now!" Ben called. The zero-gravity girl activated her quirk on all team members, allowing them to float free of the ice. Yaoyorozu created a pole that Jiraiya used to vault them away from Todoroki's reach. 30 seconds remaining. Present Mike announced. In the final moments, a chaotic free-for-all erupted between the top teams. Ben transformed once more, this time into XLR-8, using the speedster's reflexes and agility to dodge multiple attacks while securing additional points. When the final buzzer sounded, Ben's team had maintained enough points for second place overall, behind Todoroki's team but ahead of Bakugo's, a result that sent the explosive teen into a rage that required multiple classmates to contain. As the students dispersed for the lunch break before the tournament portion, Ben received another message from Gwen: multiple energy signatures detected during the cavalry battle. Someone's using dimensional tech to observe from various points around the stadium. Security scans haven't detected anything. Be ready. Ben frowned, scanning the stadium subtly. If Vilgax or his allies were watching, they were being careful about it. The real question was whether they planned to move from observation to action, and when. He was about to respond when Uraraka approached, beaming with excitement. We did it. Tournament round, here we come. Ben pocketed his communicator, forcing a smile. Great teamwork out there. You guys were amazing. Your transformations made all the difference, she replied, falling into step beside him as they headed toward the cafeteria. I don't think I've seen gray matter before. The little genius guy. One of my first transformations, actually, Ben said, memories of his early adventures surfacing. Saved my life more times than I can count. Uraraka studied him curiously. You talk about your quirk differently than most people. Almost like they're separate beings with their own personalities. Ben tensed slightly. Well, each form thinks differently. Has different instincts. It must be strange, she mused. Most of us just have one quirk to figure out. You have, how many did you say? 60. Give or take, Ben confirmed. But each has limitations. Strengths and weaknesses. They reached the cafeteria, joining several other 1A students at a long table. Conversation flowed around tournament predictions and strategy, but Ben remained partially distracted, watching for any sign of unusual activity. Todoroki caught his eye from across the table and gave a subtle nod. He too was on alert. Between bites of food, Ben typed a quick message to both Todoroki and Gwen: tournament will be the target. Too much focus, too many cameras. Stay sharp. As lunch concluded, the tournament bracket was announced. Ben found himself in the same half as Bakugo, while Todoroki was in the opposite bracket, meaning they could only meet in the finals. His first match would be against Ida, a speed-based matchup that would test his tactical choices. Using XLR-8 would be the obvious counter, but perhaps too obvious. The tournament began with Todoroki facing a student from the support course named Hatsum, who used the opportunity to showcase her inventions before cheerfully surrendering. Bakugo brutally dispatched his opponent from Class 1B with overwhelming force. When Ben's match was announced, he walked onto the field amid cheers from the crowd. Ida stood opposite him, his engine-equipped calves gleaming in the sunlight. I look forward to testing my speed against your transformations, Tennyson. Ida called formally. May the best hero win. Wouldn't have it any other way, Ida, Ben replied with a grin. Begin. Present Mike shouted. Ida activated his engines immediately, charging at Ben with impressive speed. Rather than transforming right away, Ben dodged laterally, testing Ida's turning radius and acceleration. Not transforming? Ida asked, surprised as he adjusted his course. Unwise. Ben continued evading, studying Ida's movement patterns. Just getting warmed up. After several passes, Ben activated the Omnitrix, transforming not into XLR-8 as many expected, but into a small, frog-like alien. Gray matter again? Ida questioned, momentarily confused. Nope. Crash Hopper. Ben's form was similar in size to gray matter but with powerful legs designed for incredible leaps. He immediately demonstrated this by jumping 30 feet into the air, easily clearing Ida's charge. Fascinating! Ida exclaimed, skidding to a stop. But speed alone won't, Ben interrupted by bouncing rapidly around the arena, using Crashhopper's momentum and exoskeleton to become an unpredictable projectile. Each impact staggered Ida, disrupting his rhythm and preventing him from building to top speed. Can't hit what you can't predict. Ben called, ricocheting off the stadium wall to deliver a particularly solid blow. Ida adjusted his strategy, activating his special move, Recipro Burst. His engines flared blue as he accelerated dramatically, finally managing to intercept Ben mid-bounce. The collision sent both competitors tumbling, but Ida recovered first, seizing Ben and rushing toward the boundary line. A valiant effort, Tennyson, but my Recipro Burst. Ben transformed again, this time into a gelatinous, shape-shifting alien. Goop! His liquid form slipped through Ida's grasp, reforming behind the engine-equipped student and solidifying enough to shove him toward the boundary instead. What? Ida exclaimed, engines stalling momentarily in surprise. Sorry, Ida. Ben called as his opponent teetered on the edge. You're fast, but flexibility wins this round. With a final push from Goop's amorphous body, Ida stumbled over the boundary line. Ring out. Midnight announced. Tennyson advances. The crowd cheered as Ben reverted to human form, offering Ida a handshake. Great match. Those engines are seriously impressive. Ida accepted graciously. Your adaptability is remarkable. I shall train harder to overcome such versatility in the future. As Ben left the arena, he spotted Gwen in the stands, giving him a subtle signal, 3 fingers, their code for detected activity. He nodded imperceptibly, understanding that dimensional energy had been detected during his match. The tournament continued with Uraraka facing Bakugo in a surprisingly competitive match that showcased her determination despite Bakugo's overwhelming firepower. Though she ultimately lost, her performance earned the crowd's respect and seemed to affect even Bakugo, who acknowledged her effort with a gruff nod. When the first round concluded, Ben found himself advancing to face Yaoyorozu, who had defeated Ashido through clever application of her creation quirk. On the other side of the bracket, Todoroki had advanced by defeating Tokoyami, while Bakugo would face Kirishima. Between matches, Ben received an urgent message from Gwen, energy signatures intensifying around the stadium. Pattern suggests preparation for multiple breach points. Vilgax's tech signature confirmed. Ben's adrenaline spiked. This was it, the attack they'd been anticipating. He quickly messaged Todoroki and activated Aizawa's emergency communicator. Dimensional breach imminent. Multiple entry points likely. Vilgax's tech confirmed. Aizawa's response was immediate, all might notified. Proceed with tournament while we secure the facility. Alert level raised. Ben returned to the waiting area, where Yaoyorozu was preparing for their match. She noticed his tension immediately. Is everything alright, Tennyson? You seem distracted. Ben hesitated, then made a decision. Yaoyorozu's intelligence and creation abilities could prove invaluable if things went sideways. Listen, Yaoyorozu, there's something you should know. That tech we saw at the mall. There might be more of it here, today. Her eyes widened slightly. You're expecting villain activity during the festival? Should we alert the teachers? They're already aware, Ben assured her. Just, be ready for anything, okay? And if you see any technology that looks unusual, anything that creates portals or energy fields, stay clear of it. Yaoyorozu studied him intently. There's more to this than you're saying, isn't there? Yes, Ben admitted. And I promise to explain everything later, if we get the chance. Their conversation was interrupted by the announcement of their match. As they walked toward the arena, Yaoyorozu spoke quietly, I'll trust you for now, Tennyson. But I expect a full explanation when this is over. Deal, Ben replied. Their match began with Yaoyorozu immediately creating a shield and staff, taking a defensive stance. Ben transformed into Swampfire, generating controlled flames that forced her to continuously create new shields as each one began to burn. Creative pressure, Yaoyorozu commented, backing up while generating heat-resistant materials. But I've studied your fire form. The flames aren't hot enough to melt ceramic. She revealed a ceramic shield that indeed withstood Swampfire's flames. Ben nodded appreciatively. Good preparation. But Swampfire isn't just about fire. He extended his arms, shooting plant-like tendrils that wrapped around her newest shield and yanked it away. More vines erupted from the ground, having grown from seeds he'd been secretly planting throughout the arena. Yaoyorozu adapted quickly, creating a flamethrower to burn away the encroaching plants. Two can play at the fire game, Tennyson. Impressive, Ben acknowledged. But I've still got more tricks. He touched the Omnitrix symbol, transforming into Lodestar, a magnetic alien with tremendous metal manipulation abilities. Instantly, every metal object Yaoyorozu had created, including components of her flamethrower, flew toward him. My creations, she gasped, suddenly disarmed. Magnetism, Ben explained, forming the metal into a floating sphere. Useful against someone who creates primarily metal-based tools. Yaoyorozu narrowed her eyes in determination. Then I'll simply avoid metal. She began creating glass and ceramic weapons, demonstrating her vast knowledge of material science. Ben was genuinely impressed by her adaptability but maintained magnetic control of the arena space, limiting her options. The match continued as a battle of wits and adaptability, with Yaoyorozu proving a far more challenging opponent than Ben had anticipated. However, as they approached the 5-minute mark, Ben sensed something wrong, a familiar tingling at the edge of his perception. Looking toward the eastern stands, he spotted a faint shimmer in the air, the beginning of a dimensional rift. Similar distortions were appearing at other points around the stadium. Yaoyorozu, he called urgently, something's happening. Look at the stands. She followed his gaze, eyes widening as the distortions became visible to everyone. The crowd began murmuring in confusion as the shimmer intensified. What is that? She asked, creation abilities momentarily forgotten. Trouble, Ben replied, touching the Omnitrix symbol to revert to human form. Match postponed, he called to Midnight. The R-rated hero had also noticed the disturbances and was receiving instructions through her earpiece. Match suspended. All contestants returned to the waiting area immediately. Throughout the stadium, pro heroes were moving into defensive positions as the dimensional rifts continued to grow. Present Mick's voice came over the speakers, remarkably composed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Please remain calm and follow security personnel instructions. Ben activated his communicator. Gwen, what's happening? Multiple breaches forming, she replied tensely. Bigger than anything we've detected before. Vilgax's energy signature is present, but there's something else too, something from this world amplifying it. The League of Villains, Ben realized. They're combining technologies. As he and Yaoyorozu hurried toward the exit tunnel, the first rift fully opened, a swirling portal of purple and black energy that crackled with power. From it emerged metallic drones unlike anything this world had seen, immediately opening fire on the nearest heroes. What are those things? Yaoyorozu gasped. Vilgax's drones, Ben replied grimly, activating the Omnitrix. Get to safety. I need to handle this. I'm coming with you, she insisted, already creating a shield and energy weapon based on what she'd seen at the mall. Whatever these are, they're attacking civilians. Ben didn't have time to argue. More rifts were opening around the stadium, disgorging both drones and what appeared to be League of Villains members equipped with alien technology. Students, evacuate immediately. All Might's voice thundered through the stadium as the symbol of peace himself leapt into action, destroying several drones with a single punch. Ben transformed into Jetray, taking to the air for a better view of the situation. The attack was coordinated and strategic, rifts opening at key structural points, targeting power systems and exits. This wasn't a random assault, it was a carefully planned operation. And at the center of the stadium, the largest rift was forming directly above the arena. "Everyone clear the center," Ben shouted, diving toward the growing distortion. "Gwen, Todoroki, main arena, now." As he approached the central rift, it expanded dramatically, energy crackling outward in violent arcs. The crowd was in full evacuation mode now, guided by heroes and security personnel, while UA students who refused to flee were helping defend civilians. Ben spotted Bakugo blasting drones out of the air while Kirishima protected a group of children. Uraraka was using her quirk to lift debris that had fallen on trapped spectators. Even from this chaos, Ben felt a surge of pride in his classmates' instinctive heroism. The central rift pulsed, and from it emerged a massive figure that Ben recognized instantly, a humanoid squid-like alien in red armor, muscular and imposing, with tentacles framing a cruel face. "Tennyson!" Vilgax roared, his voice carrying across the entire stadium. "At last!" "Vilgax," Ben muttered, transforming mid-air into Humongosaur. He landed in the arena with enough force to crack the concrete. "I figured you'd show up eventually. Your pitiful hiding ends today," Vilgax declared. "I have come to claim what is rightfully mine, the Omnitrix." "Not gonna happen," Ben replied, growing to his maximum size to match Vilgax's imposing stature. "And attacking innocent people? Low even for you, squid face." Vilgax laughed, a harsh sound that echoed unnaturally. "These humans are nothing. Mere stepping stones. This primitive world has its uses, however, resources, test subjects, and allies with interesting quirks, I believe they're called." As if on cue, another figure emerged from the rift, the hand-covered leader of the League of Villains, Shigaraki Tamura. "You promised me all might," Shigaraki hissed at Vilgax. "Where is he?" "Patience, human," Vilgax replied dismissively. "Your symbol of peace will fall once I have the Omnitrix." Ben's eyes narrowed at this confirmation of their alliance. "So that's the deal. You give them alien tech, they help you get the Omnitrix, and then you help them take down All Might?" "A mutually beneficial arrangement," Vilgax confirmed. "Though I suspect my allies don't fully comprehend what they've enabled." "What do you mean?" Shigaraki demanded, scratching his neck nervously. Vilgax ignored him, focusing on Ben. "The technology I've provided has been more than weapons, Tennyson. Each device, each theft, each test, all building to this moment." He raised his gauntlet arm, and the various rifts around the stadium pulsed in unison. "A dimensional cascade. Once fully activated, it will merge this reality with our own, bringing both worlds under my control." "You're insane!" Ben shouted. "The physics alone would tear both dimensions apart." "A risk I'm willing to take," Vilgax replied coldly. "Now, surrender the Omnitrix, or watch this world burn." "I think not," came a booming voice as All Might landed beside Ben. "Villains who threaten innocent lives must be stopped." Vilgax turned to face the symbol of peace. "Ah, the champion of this world. Your power is impressive, for a human. But you face Vilgax, conqueror of 10 worlds." All Might's smile remained fixed, but his eyes hardened. "Young Tennyson, is this the adversary from your world you warned us about?" "That's him," Ben confirmed. "And he's even uglier than usual." "Enough talk." Vilgax roared, drawing a massive sword that glowed with energy. "All Might, meet your doom." He charged the pro-hero with surprising speed, his blade clashing against All Might's crossed arms in a shockwave that shattered nearby structures. Despite All Might's tremendous strength, the impact drove him back several meters. "Impressive resistance," Vilgax noted. "But futile." Ben didn't waste the opportunity, charging Vilgax from behind in Humongosaur form. The combined assault from both heroes forced Vilgax to defend on two fronts, his armor absorbing tremendous impacts. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was directing Enhanced League members against the other pro heroes, using the alien technology to counteract quirks and create confusion. Todoroki and Gwen had arrived, working together to contain the smaller rifts and protect civilians. Ben! Gwen called, her hands glowing with mana as she sealed a rift. The dimensional cascade is building. If all the rifts fully activate, we won't be able to stop the merge. On it. Ben replied, touching the Omnitrix symbol to transform into a new alien, one he'd been saving for a true emergency. Automix. His body became a humanoid nuclear reactor, glowing with intense energy. Nuclear winner. Even Vilgax paused momentarily at this transformation, clearly recognizing its power. So, you've accessed the nuclear transformation. Impressive, but inadequate. We'll see about that, Ben replied, his voice resonating with power. HMENA. Energy gathered between his hands, forming a miniature sun. Nuclear blast. The energy shot forward, striking Vilgax directly and sending him crashing through the stadium wall. All Might stared in momentary shock at the display of power. Young Tennyson, that was, most impressive. No time to celebrate, Ben cautioned. Vilgax is tougher than he looks. We need to shut down those rifts. Gwen approached rapidly. The main control must be on Vilgax himself. Some device controlling the network of rifts. His gauntlet, Ben realized. It pulsed when the rifts responded. Vilgax emerged from the rubble, his armor damaged but his determination undiminished. Clever, Tennyson. But too late. The cascade has begun. Indeed, the rifts around the stadium were expanding, beginning to merge into a swirling vortex of dimensional energy. Through them, glimpses of Ben's world became visible, Bellwood, plumber facilities, even parts of space. We need to overload the system. Gwen shouted over the increasing dimensional thunder. Create a feedback loop. How? Ben asked, maintaining Atomix's form despite the Omnitrix's warning beeps. Hit each rift with the exact frequency of its counterpart. Gwen explained. Your Automix form can generate the necessary energy, but you'll need precise control. All Might turned to them. I shall handle Vilgax while you attend to the rifts. Young Tennyson, I trust your judgment in this matter. Ben nodded, focusing Atomix's powers. Gwen, guide me. As All Might engaged Vilgax in renewed combat, Ben began targeting each rift with precisely calibrated energy blasts, following Gwen's mathematical calculations. Each successful hit caused a rift to fluctuate and begin collapsing. Around the stadium, the pro heroes were gaining ground against the League and drones, with UA students providing crucial support. Todoroki had frozen dozens of enemies, while Bakugo's explosions proved effective against the alien technology. Yaoyorozu had created EMP devices based on Ben's earlier explanations, distributing them to other students to disable the enhanced villain's equipment. Uraraka used her quirk to gather disabled drones into a central location where they couldn't be reactivated. The tide was turning, but the central rift, the one Vilgax had emerged from, continued to grow despite Ben's efforts. It's too stable. Gwen called in frustration. We need to disrupt the source directly. Ben looked toward where All Might and Vilgax were locked in combat. The symbol of peace was fighting with everything he had, but Vilgax's alien physiology and enhanced armor were proving resilient. The gauntlet on his arm glowed with increasing intensity as the dimensional cascade approached its critical point. I need to get that gauntlet, Ben decided. All Might needs backup. He flew toward the battling titans, nuclear energy streaming behind him. All Might. The gauntlet on his arm. We need to remove it. All Might nodded in understanding, adjusting his strategy to target Vilgax's right arm. Together, young Tennyson. They coordinated their attacks, with All Might delivering a ferocious, Texas smash, to Vilgax's face while Ben targeted the gauntlet with precision energy. Atomic containment. Ben shouted, creating an energy field around Vilgax's arm that interfered with the gauntlet's function. Vilgax roared in pain and rage as the device on his arm began to spark and malfunction. No. The cascade sequence is over, Ben declared, transforming into a new alien, feedback. The plugs on his fingertips connected to the gauntlet, drawing its energy into his body. Let me help you with that power problem. Feedback's ability to absorb and redirect energy proved the perfect counter to the dimensional technology. The gauntlet overloaded, exploding in a flash that severed Vilgax's connection to the Rift network. Throughout the stadium, the smaller portals began collapsing, the drones deactivating as their connection to Vilgax's systems failed. League members, suddenly finding their enhanced weapons non-functional, were quickly overwhelmed by the pro-heroes. Impossible. Vilgax raged, clutching his damaged arm. The cascade was perfect. Nothing's perfect, Vilgax, Ben replied, continuing to absorb energy from the destabilizing central rift. Especially when you underestimate the heroes of two worlds. All Might stepped forward, his smile returning. Your invasion has failed, villain. Surrender now. Vilgax's eyes narrowed with hatred. Never. If I cannot have the Omnitrix today, I will at least ensure Tennyson doesn't live to use it. With unexpected speed, he lunged past All Might, drawing a hidden weapon from his armor, a crystalline dagger that glowed with deadly energy. The blade aimed directly for Ben's heart. Ben! Gwen screamed, too far away to intervene. Time seemed to slow as Ben realized he couldn't dodge in time. Feedback's form wasn't durable enough to withstand the blade. He braced for impact. Only to have a wall of ice and fire erupt between him and Vilgax. Todoroki stood with both hands extended, his right producing ice while his left blazed with flames he'd refused to use throughout the festival. Not today, he stated calmly. The momentary shield gave All Might the opening he needed. Drawing back his fist, the symbol of peace channeled every ounce of his remaining power. United States of Smaz. The impact sent Vilgax hurtling into the destabilized rift, his massive form disappearing into the swirling vortex with a final roar of defiance. The moment he vanished, Ben redirected all the energy he'd absorbed from the gauntlet into the rift itself, creating the feedback loop Gwen had suggested. The dimensional portal collapsed with a thunderous implosion, energy washing over the stadium in a non-destructive wave that neutralized the remaining alien technology. When the light faded, the rifts were gone, leaving only damaged infrastructure and defeated villains in their wake. Ben reverted to human form, exhaustion evident as he collapsed to one knee. Did we win? All Might, also visibly drained, gave a weary thumbs up. Victory is ours, young hero. The remaining villains, including Shigaraki, had either been captured or escaped during the confusion. Emergency services were already responding to the stadium, treating injuries and securing the area. Gwen rushed to Ben's side, helping him stand. That was too close. Is Vilgax back in our dimension, I think, Ben replied. The rift collapsed with him inside. No way to know where exactly he ended up. But the immediate threat is over, Todoroki concluded, approaching them. His left side still smoldered slightly from using his fire for the first time in the festival. Ben looked at him with grateful surprise. You used your left side. I thought you weren't going to. Todoroki shrugged slightly. Seemed like a good time to reconsider my limitations. Perfect timing, Ben agreed with a tired smile. All Might placed a hand on Ben's shoulder. Young Tennyson, I believe we all deserve an explanation of what transpired here today. But first, let us ensure everyone is safe. The aftermath of the dimensional incident, as it would later be called, kept everyone busy for hours. Injuries were thankfully minimal thanks to the swift response of heroes and students alike. The public was told that a villain group had attempted to use experimental teleportation technology, which had been successfully neutralized by the combined efforts of pros and UA students. Only a select few knew the full truth, that two worlds had nearly merged with catastrophic consequences, and that an alien warlord had forged an alliance with the League of Villains. Later that evening, Ben, Gwen, and Todoroki sat in a private conference room at UA with All Might, in his depowered form, Aizawa, and Principal Nizu. They had just finished explaining everything, their origin, the Omnitrix, Vilgax, and the dimensional implications. Fascinating, Nizu remarked, sipping tea. Two parallel worlds, each with their own power systems and heroes. The scientific possibilities are endless. But the immediate concern is whether this Vilgax can attempt another invasion, Aizawa noted pragmatically. Is the threat truly over? Gwen shook her head. The dimensional instability has been neutralized for now, but the barriers between our worlds have been weakened. It's possible that travel between dimensions might be easier in the future. Which means Vilgax could return, Ben added grimly. Or the League could attempt to use salvage technology. Then we shall remain vigilant, All Might declared. And perhaps, this incident presents an opportunity as well as a challenge. What do you mean? Ben asked. All Might smiled. You have brought knowledge and abilities from your world that have proven invaluable in protecting ours. Perhaps this exchange need not be one-sided or seen only as a crisis. Principal Nizu nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Cross-dimensional cooperation could benefit both our realities. The scientific and heroic exchange alone would be unprecedented. Are you suggesting we stay? Gwen asked, surprised. We've been focused on finding a way home. And that remains your choice, All Might assured them. But know that you have a place here, should you wish it. Young Tennyson has already proven himself a valuable addition to UA's hero program. Ben looked thoughtful. I never considered staying permanently. But I have to admit, I've made friends here. Connections. The sports festival will need to be rescheduled, of course, Nizu continued practically. Perhaps in a few weeks, once repairs are complete. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You still want Tennyson to participate? After today, his abilities are hardly a secret. All the more reason, Nizu replied with his enigmatic smile. The public deserves to see the full capabilities of the young hero who helped save them, even if the complete truth must remain classified. As the meeting concluded, Ben found himself with much to consider. The attack had changed everything, exposing his true nature to more people, creating new dangers, but also new possibilities. Outside the conference room, he found several of his classmates waiting anxiously, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Ida, and even Bakugo lurking at a distance. Ben! Uraraka exclaimed, rushing forward. Are you okay? They wouldn't tell us anything. I'm fine, he assured her. Just debriefing with the teachers. That wasn't normal villain technology, Yaoyorozu stated directly. Those were dimensional rifts, weren't they? Similar to Kurogiri's warp gates but fundamentally different. Ida adjusted his glasses nervously. And that creature, the one All Might fought. It called you by name, mentioned something called an Omnitrix. Ben sighed, realizing his secret was unraveling rapidly. Yeah, about that, there's something I should probably tell you guys. That you're not from here, Bakugo interrupted bluntly, pushing off the wall he'd been leaning against. That your quirk isn't a quirk at all, but some alien watch thing. That you're from another dimension or whatever. The others stared at Bakugo in shock, then back at Ben for confirmation. Ben could only blink in surprise. How long have you known? He finally asked. Bakugo scoffed. Since the USJ attack. No quirk works like yours does. Plus, you talk differently, reference things that don't exist here. Wasn't hard to figure out once I started paying attention. Is it true? Uraraka asked quietly. Are you, not from our world? Ben met her eyes, then looked at each of his classmates in turn. These were people who had fought beside him, trusted him, befriended him. They deserved the truth. Yes, he admitted. It's true. My name is Ben Tennyson, and I'm from another dimension. The Omnitrix is alien technology that lets me transform into different species from across the galaxy. And that villain today was Vilgax, my archenemy from my world. Instead of the shock or disbelief he expected, Uraraka's face lit up with excitement. That's amazing. You're like, what, an interdimensional hero. So your quirk analysis was actually alien biology? Yaoyorozu asked, fascination evident in her voice. The scientific implications are staggering. Does this mean you'll be returning to your dimension now that the villain is defeated? Ida inquired, a note of disappointment in his tone. Ben was touched by their acceptance. Actually, I'm not sure. The dimensional barriers are complicated right now. Plus. He hesitated, then continued honestly, I've kind of come to like it here. You guys are pretty great, you know. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Great, so the alien's staying. Just don't think this changes anything, Tennyson. I'm still going to beat you in the rescheduled festival. Ben laughed. Wouldn't have it any other way, Bakugo. As his classmates bombarded him with questions about his world, his adventures, and his many alien forms, Ben felt something he hadn't expected, a sense of belonging. Despite coming from another dimension, despite all the differences between their worlds, these young heroes had accepted him without hesitation. Later, as he and Gwen walked back to their respective apartments under a starry sky that looked almost the same as the one over Bellwood, Ben voiced the thought that had been growing in his mind. I think I want to stay, he said quietly. At least for now. Gwen studied him thoughtfully. Because of Vilgax. The dimensional instability? Partly, Ben admitted. Someone should monitor things, make sure no more tech from our world causes problems here. And the other part? Gwen prompted gently. Ben smiled, thinking of his new friends, of All Might's guidance, of the unique challenges this world presented. I feel like I'm making a difference here. Learning things I couldn't learn back home. And honestly, I like who I am in this world. Gwen nodded understanding. I've seen it too. You've grown here, Ben. Found new ways to be a hero. What about you? Ben asked. Will you stay too? Someone has to keep you out of trouble, she replied with a smirk. Besides, Yaoyorozu has offered to help me enroll at UA as a transfer student. Seems your school has a sudden interest in interdimensional education exchange programs. Ben laughed. UA High's first alien students. Grandpa Max would be proud. He would, Gwen agreed softly. And someday, we'll find a stable way to connect our worlds. To visit home without risking dimensional collapse. Until then, Ben said, looking up at the familiar yet different constellations, we've got work to do. Hero work. The Omnitrix glowed softly on his wrist, a reminder of where he came from and the responsibility he carried. But as they walked through the streets of Mizurufu, Ben felt something new alongside that familiar weight, the support of friends who knew his true self, a school that valued his unique abilities, and a world that needed the hero he was becoming. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from lingering alien technology, the League of Villains' next move, or the everyday trials of being a hero student, Ben would face them with allies from two worlds at his side. After all, he was Ben Tennyson. Wielder of the Omnitrix. Hero of Earth, no matter which Earth he happened to be on. And in this new world, just as in his own, it was always hero time. Chapter 3, Hero of Two Worlds. 3 weeks after the dimensional incident, life at UA had settled into a new normal. The sports festival had been rescheduled for the following month, repairs to the stadium were almost complete, and classes had resumed with only minor adjustments to security protocols. For Ben Tennyson, however, normal was a relative term. Again, Aizawa instructed, his capture weapon hovering around him like a sentient cloud. And this time, try to maintain the transformation through the erasure effect. Ben nodded, activating the Omnitrix and transforming into Diamond Head. The crystalline alien stood ready as Aizawa's eyes glowed red, his erasure quirk activating. Immediately, Ben felt the familiar disruption, a static-like interference between himself and the Omnitrix. "Focus," Gwen called from the observation area. "It's not actually erasing the transformation, just disrupting the connection. The Omnitrix is still functioning." Ben gritted his teeth, concentrating on maintaining the molecular cohesion of Diamondhead's form. Unlike a quirk, the Omnitrix wasn't biologically integrated, it was foreign technology temporarily altering his DNA. This fundamental difference meant Aizawa's erasure couldn't completely negate his transformations, but it could destabilize them. 30 seconds, Aizawa noted as Ben's crystalline structure flickered but held. Better than last time. The special training sessions had been Principal Nizu's idea, a way to better understand the interaction between quirks and Ben's alien transformations while improving his resistance to power nullification. Since the dimensional incident had revealed Ben's true nature to the school administration and several students, there was no longer a need to maintain the transfer student with an unusual quirk cover story within UA's walls. For the public, however, the official explanation remained that Ben possessed an exceptionally versatile transformation quirk. Only Class 1A, select teachers, and a handful of pro-heroes knew the interdimensional truth. "That's enough for today," Aizawa concluded as Ben reverted to human form. "You're making progress." "Thanks," Ben replied, rolling his shoulder. "It still feels weird, like static electricity running through my entire body." Gwen approached, handing him a water bottle. "The energy signatures from your last transformation are showing less disruption. I think you're developing a kind of resistance." "Adaptation is key," Aizawa noted. "Villains will target your transformations once they recognize their power. Being able to overcome such countermeasures could save your life." The mention of villains sobered the mood. Since Vilgax's forced return through the collapsing dimensional rift, there had been no sign of the alien warlord. However, fragments of his technology remained scattered across this world, salvaged by the League of Villains and other criminal elements. "Any updates on the tech recovery operations?" Ben asked as they exited the training room. Aizawa's expression tightened slightly. 12 confirmed pieces recovered by heroes. An estimated 8 to 10 still unaccounted for, based on Gwen's energy tracking. "And the League?" "Quiet. Too quiet." Aizawa's tired eyes narrowed. "They're planning something." Ben and Gwen exchanged concerned glances. The temporary alliance between Vilgax and the League of Villains had given Shigaraki access to technology far beyond this world's development level. Even with Vilgax gone, that knowledge remained. "We should check in with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu," Gwen suggested. "Their families have connections that might help track unusual tech movements." Aizawa nodded. "Do that. But remember, your primary focus should be the upcoming internships. You'll be working with pro-heroes starting next week." As they parted ways with their teacher, Ben checked his phone. The rescheduled sports festival had concluded the previous weekend, a somewhat subdued affair compared to the original event, but still impressive. Ben had deliberately limited himself to his more publicly known transformations, eventually placing third behind Todoroki and Bakugo, whose final match had been explosive in every sense. 3 messages from Uraraka, Ben noted, scrolling through notifications. "She's excited about her internship with Gunhead." Gwen smiled knowingly. "She's been texting you a lot lately." "We're friends," Ben replied automatically, though he couldn't help returning the smile. His relationship with Uraraka had grown increasingly comfortable over the past weeks, moving beyond simple classmates to something warmer. "Sure," Gwen teased. "That's why she brings you lunch every other day." Speaking of relationships, Ben countered, "How's working with Yaoyorozu on those detection devices?" Gwen's cheeks colored slightly. "Purely professional. Her creation quirk combined with my understanding of dimensional energy has produced promising results." "Aha. And all those late-night study sessions?" "We're academically compatible," Gwen insisted, but her slight blush betrayed her. Ben laughed, enjoying the momentary levity. "Since Gwen's official enrollment at UA." As a transfer student with an energy manipulation quirk, she had quickly formed a close friendship with Yaoyorozu based on their shared intellectual interests. The conversation shifted to more serious matters as they reached their regular meeting spot, a quiet corner of the school grounds where they could speak freely. Todoroki was already waiting, with Yaoyorozu arriving moments later. "My father's agency recovered another piece yesterday," Todoroki reported without preamble. "Some kind of power cell from the warehouse district." "That matches the energy signature I detected," Gwen confirmed, pulling up data on her tablet. "What about the support company angle, Yaoyorozu?" The ponytailed girl nodded. 3 companies have reported unusual material compositions in equipment ordered by previously unknown buyers. I've compiled the shipping addresses. As they reviewed the information, a pattern began to emerge, scattered locations forming a rough perimeter around Kamino Ward, an area known for its underground hero industry connections. "They're setting up for something big," Ben concluded, studying the map. "Multiple points surrounding a central location. Similar to the stadium attack," Todoroki observed. "But what's the target?" Before anyone could speculate further, a notification pinged on all their phones simultaneously, a class-wide message from Aizawa: "Emergency meeting, classroom 1A, immediate attendance required." When they arrived, the entire class was already assembled, an unusual tension filling the air. Aizawa stood at the front with All Might in his muscular form and Principal Nizu, a rare combination that signaled the seriousness of the situation. "Thank you for coming quickly," Aizawa began once everyone was seated. "We've received intelligence that requires immediate attention and action." All Might stepped forward. "Young heroes, an urgent threat has emerged. After the dimensional incident, we feared that leftover technology might be misused. Unfortunately, those fears have been realized." Nizu activated a holographic display showing security footage from what appeared to be a research facility. The timestamp indicated it was from the previous night. "This is the Quirk Research Institute's secure vault," Nizu explained. "It houses data on rare and powerful quirks, including—" He hesitated, then continued, "including information related to my quirk and All Might's." The footage showed a figure moving through the facility with unnatural speed, disabling security systems with what was clearly alien technology. The perpetrator's face remained hidden, but their movements were fluid and practiced, not a common villain. "Approximately 4 terabytes of classified quirk research were stolen," Aizawa continued. "Focusing specifically on energy transfer, power amplification, and one for All Might finished grimly. The basis of my power." Ben leaned forward, alarm bells ringing in his mind. "They're trying to reverse engineer your quirk." "That appears to be the objective," Nizu confirmed. "Combined with the alien technology already in their possession, they could create enhanced villains more powerful than Nomu," Todoroki concluded. The classroom erupted in concerned murmurs. Everyone remembered the USJ attack and the nearly unstoppable bioengineered villain that had defeated Aizawa and challenged even All Might. "There's more," Aizawa cut through the noise. "The technology used in this theft matches energy signatures from the stadium attack. We believe the perpetrator is someone familiar with Vilgax's equipment, possibly trained by him before the dimensional collapse." Ben exchanged glances with Gwen. "A lieutenant or apprentice," he suggested. "Vilgax often had underlings who understood his tech." "Precisely our concern," Nizu nodded. "Which is why we're implementing 2 immediate changes to our plans. First, your scheduled internships will be postponed." Several students groaned in disappointment, but Aizawa's stern look silenced them. "Instead," All Might continued, "we will be taking all of you to a secure training facility earlier than planned. The original training camp was scheduled for after internships, but circumstances demand we accelerate your preparation." "Why move us?" Ida asked, raising his hand sharply. "Wouldn't UA be the safest location?" "Unfortunately, we have reason to believe UA itself may be compromised," Nizu replied, his typically cheerful demeanor subdued. "The precision of recent attacks suggests inside knowledge of our security protocols." A heavy silence fell over the classroom. The implication that someone within UA might be working with villains was disturbing. So we're running away? Bakugo challenged, scowling. Strategic repositioning, Aizawa corrected firmly. The training facility's location is known only to a select few pro heroes. You will continue your education and combat preparation while we investigate the security breach and villain activity. When do we leave? Yaoyorozu asked practically. Tomorrow morning, All Might answered. Pack for 2 weeks. Training will be intensive, more so than originally planned. As the meeting concluded with logistical details, Ben pulled All Might aside. There's something you're not telling everyone, he said quietly. The symbol of peace's perpetual smile dimmed slightly. Perceptive as always, young Tennyson. He glanced around to ensure no one was listening. The stolen research, it contained theoretical applications for transferring quirks between individuals. Ben's eyes widened. Combined with Vilgax's dimensional technology, it could potentially create a device capable of extracting and transferring powers, All Might finished gravely. Including, we fear, the power of your Omnitrix. The implication hit Ben like a physical blow. They're trying to reverse engineer the Omnitrix using one for all research. We believe so, All Might confirmed. The principles of energy transfer in one for all might provide insights into how your device reconfigures DNA. In the wrong hands. A disaster, Ben concluded. Someone could potentially extract alien DNA from the Omnitrix and create an army of Vilgax-level threats. All Might placed a massive hand on Ben's shoulder. Which is why your safety, along with your classmates, is our highest priority. At the training facility, you'll be protected while preparing for whatever may come. As the class dispersed to prepare for the unexpected trip, Ben quickly filled Gwen, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu in on the additional information. Their reactions mirrored his own concern. The Omnitrix's safeguards should prevent direct DNA extraction, Gwen noted thoughtfully. But if they found a way to bypass those safeguards using quirk transfer principles, we need to accelerate our own preparations, Yaoyorozu decided. My detection devices should be completed before we leave. Todoroki nodded in agreement. I'll contact my sister for any additional intelligence from the Hero Network. As they separated to pack, Ben couldn't shake a growing sense of foreboding. The universe-hopping hero had faced many threats before, but this one felt different, more calculated, more patient. Whoever had taken up Vilgax's mantle in this world understood both alien technology and this world's power systems in ways that made them exceptionally dangerous. And they had specifically targeted information related to All Might and the Omnitrix, the two greatest powers from their respective dimensions. Hey, you okay? Uraraka's voice interrupted his thoughts. She had approached without him noticing, her expression concerned. You look like you're carrying the weight of both worlds on your shoulders. Ben managed a small smile. That obvious, huh? Only to people who are paying attention, she replied, falling into step beside him. Want to talk about it? I've been told I'm a pretty good listener. For a moment, Ben considered deflecting, protecting her from the full scope of the danger. But Uraraka had proven herself repeatedly, from USJ to the dimensional incident. She deserved honesty. Someone's trying to combine the worst aspects of both our worlds, he explained as they walked toward the dorms. Vilgax's tech with this world's biological power systems. To make more Nomus, she asked, her usually cheerful face serious. Worse, Ben admitted. They might be trying to extract and replicate powers, including the Omnitrix's alien transformations. Uraraka absorbed this with remarkable composure. That's why we're rushing to the training camp. To prepare us for whatever they're creating. And to keep us safe while the pros investigate, Ben added. They reached the dormitory entrance, but neither moved to go inside immediately. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the campus, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of spring flowers. You know, Uraraka said after a moment, when you first arrived, I thought you were just an interesting transfer student with a cool quirk. Finding out you're from another dimension with alien technology should have been terrifying. But? Ben prompted, hearing the implied continuation. She smiled, that warm, genuine smile that had become a source of comfort in this strange world. But it wasn't. Because underneath all the aliens and dimension hopping, you're still just Ben. The same person who helps classmates with homework, who gets excited about smoothies, who jumps into danger to protect people without hesitation. The simple observation touched Ben more deeply than he expected. In his own world, being Ben 10 had sometimes overshadowed just being Ben Tennyson. Here, even after learning his true origins, his friends saw the person beneath the hero. "Thanks, Eureka," he said softly. "That means a lot." A slight blush colored her cheeks. "Anyway, we should probably pack. Knowing Aizawa-sensei, this training camp is going to be super intense." Her attempt to lighten the mood was transparent but welcome. "Yeah," Ben agreed. "Though I'm pretty sure nothing Aizawa throws at us could be worse than Grandpa Max's camping trips. Trust me, you haven't lived until you've been offered grilled alien larvae for dinner." Eureka's nose wrinkled. "EW. Now I'm curious about your world's food. Is it all weird alien stuff?" "Nah, we have normal food too. Though I really miss Mr. Smoothies." His expression turned wistful. "They made the best smoothies in the universe. Literally, I've tried them on other planets." "When all this is over," Eureka declared, "we're going to find this world's best smoothie place." Hero's promise. The simple, optimistic commitment, so characteristic of Eureka, lightened Ben's mood considerably. As they finally entered the dormitory to pack for the training camp, he found himself genuinely looking forward to that future smoothie date. Whatever threats awaited them, facing them alongside friends like these made the burden easier to bear. The next morning arrived with gray skies and a light drizzle, fitting weather for the somber mood among Class 1A as they boarded the bus. Security was visibly heightened, with Aizawa joined by the pro-hero Vlad King and, surprisingly, the Wild Pussycats, a 4-person hero team specializing in mountain rescues. "Change of transportation plans," Aizawa announced once everyone was seated. "We'll be taking a circuitous route and switching vehicles twice to ensure we're not followed." The usually boisterous class was subdued during the initial journey, the reality of their situation sinking in. Even Bakugo was unusually quiet, though his expression remained defiant. Midway through the journey, after transferring to a larger bus with blacked-out windows, Ben found himself seated next to Todoroki, who had been silently staring out the window for the past hour. "Something on your mind?" Ben asked quietly. Todoroki turned, his mismatched eyes thoughtful. "I've been considering what All Might said about quirk transfer research. It reminded me of something my father mentioned once." Ben leaned closer, keeping his voice low. "About?" "All for one," Todoroki replied, the name barely above a whisper. "A villain from the early hero age who could steal quirks and give them to others. My father said All Might defeated him years ago, but if someone combined that concept with Vilgax's tech," Ben finished, a chill running down his spine. "They could potentially create something even more dangerous." Todoroki nodded grimly. "Exactly. And there's something else, the precision of recent attacks. It reminds me of a villain who escaped during the USJ incident." "The Warp Gate guy?" "Kurogiri?" "No," Todoroki shook his head. "Someone else. During the confusion, a villain with unusual tools escaped from the mountain zone. He moved like he knew exactly where everything was. Like he had studied UA extensively." Ben frowned, connecting dots. "And now we have a security breach and stolen research. Could be the same person." "That's my theory," Todoroki confirmed. "Someone who worked with Vilgax but has their own agenda now." The conversation was interrupted as the bus suddenly swerved, tires screeching on wet asphalt. Students were thrown against seatbelts as Vlad King, who was driving, cursed and fought the steering wheel. "Everyone hold on," he shouted. Through the front windshield, Ben glimpsed the cause, a massive wall of blue flame blocking the mountain road ahead. The bus skidded to a stop just short of the inferno. "Defensive positions," Aizawa commanded, instantly alert. "Pro heroes forward, student center formation." Training kicked in immediately as students unbuckled and moved with practiced coordination. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through alien options as Gwen joined him near the front of the bus. "Blue flames," she noted tersely. "Not natural." "Definitely not," Ben agreed. "Ready?" Before she could respond, something struck the bus roof with enough force to dent the metal inward. A second impact followed, and then a third, systematic attacks testing the vehicle's structural integrity. "Everyone out," Vlad King ordered. "The bus is compromised." They evacuated through the emergency exits, emerging into the rain to find themselves surrounded. At least 20 figures in black clothing with distinctive masks stood in a loose perimeter around the disabled bus. Above them, hovering on jets of blue flame, was a young man with patches of burned skin and a maniacal grin. Well, the flame wielder called down. "UA's precious students, all packaged up for delivery. The League sends its regards." Aizawa's capture weapon unfurled. "Dabi," he identified the villain. "And the Vanguard Action Squad. Bold move attacking us directly." "We're not here for all of you," Dabi replied, his scarred face twisting into something approximating a smile. "Just a few special deliveries." "Specifically." His eyes locked onto Ben. The dimensional traveler and his fancy watch. Ben's blood ran cold. They knew who he was, who he really was. "You're not taking anyone," Vlad King declared, stepping forward with his blood control quirk activating. "Stand down now." Dabi laughed. "Oh, we're not alone." As if on cue, the forest around them erupted with activity. Villains emerged from concealed positions, some familiar from wanted bulletins, others new but all clearly dangerous. Most disturbing was the technology visible on several of them, sleek devices with the unmistakable hexagonal patterns of Vilgax's design. "Aizawa-sensei," Ben called out. "They've got, I see it," the pro-hero confirmed grimly. "Enhanced weaponry. Students, defensive circle. Do not engage unless directly attacked." Ben transformed into Humongosaur, growing to his full height to provide a protective barrier between the villains and his classmates. "Anyone who wants them has to go through me first." "That's the plan," came a new voice, calm, cultured, and chillingly familiar. From the tree line emerged a figure that made Ben's blood freeze despite Humongosaur's normally unflappable demeanor. Humanoid but with distinct alien features, wearing a modified version of Vilgax's armor integrated with technology from this world. "No way," Ben breathed. "Siphon." Vilgax's former right hand and chief scientist stepped forward, his thin frame enhanced by armor and weapons beyond anything this world had seen. "Hello, Ben Tennyson. It's been too long." "How?" Gwen demanded, her hands glowing with mana energy. "How did you get here?" Siphon smiled thinly. When Master Vilgax prepared the dimensional cascade, he ensured his most valuable servant would accompany him. "I was already in this dimension before the stadium incident, establishing our infrastructure and studying this world's fascinating biology." "You've been working with the League all along," Ben realized. "You're the one who stole the quirk research." "Perceptive as always," Siphon acknowledged. "This world's power system is remarkably adaptable, almost as flexible as the Omnitrix itself. Combining the two has produced interesting results." He raised his gauntlet hand, and the enhanced villains surrounding them activated their weapons simultaneously. The wild pussycats moved to intercept, but were immediately engaged by multiple opponents. "We can do this the easy way," Siphon continued conversationally, "with you voluntarily accompanying me to our research facility, or the difficult way, with your friends suffering while you watch helplessly. Ben's response was immediate and predictable, a massive fist swinging toward Siphon with enough force to shatter concrete. The alien scientist didn't flinch, merely activating a device on his wrist. The air between them rippled, and Ben's fist collided with what felt like solid steel. The impact reverberated through his arm painfully. Force field technology, Siphon explained, almost apologetic. Enhanced with principles derived from this world's barrier quirks. Quite effective, isn't it? All around them, battle had erupted. Aizawa and Vlad King were engaging multiple villains at once, while the students had formed defensive clusters. Bakugo and Todoroki stood back to back, unleashing explosions and ice against approaching enemies. Yaoyorozu was rapidly creating weapons and distributing them to classmates. Ben! Gwen called, deflecting an energy blast with a mana shield. We need to regroup. Before Ben could respond, Siphon activated another device. A pulse of energy washed over the battlefield, and Ben felt the Omnitrix destabilize. His humongosaur form flickered, reverting to human against his will. What the? Ben stared at the Omnitrix, which flashed yellow in reset mode. Quirk disruption field, Siphon explained proudly. Adapted from erasure principles but amplified to affect even the Omnitrix temporarily. Your device will reset in approximately 90 seconds, more than enough time. He gestured, and 4 enhanced villains rushed toward Ben. Gwen moved to intercept, but was tackled by a villain with a lizard-like appearance and enhanced reflexes. Ben! Uraraka shouted, breaking from her defensive position to race toward him. She touched one of the approaching villains, instantly rendering them weightless and sending them floating away. Bakugo blasted another with a precision explosion. Don't just stand there, Tennyson. Move your ass. Ben dodged the remaining attackers, using the hand-to-hand combat skills he'd developed over years of heroing even without transformations. He checked the Omnitrix, still resetting, the interface dark. 60 more seconds, he muttered, ducking under a swipe from a villain with mechanically enhanced arms. You don't have 60 seconds, Siphon stated calmly, raising a different weapon. This one hummed with ominous energy, a focusing crystal at its tip glowing purple. The League requested some conscious test subjects. They didn't specify what condition those subjects needed to be in. He fired, the beam lancing toward Ben with deadly precision. Time seemed to slow as Ben realized he couldn't dodge in time, the Omnitrix still unresponsive on his wrist. Then a blur of motion, and Ito was there, using his engine quirk to intercept the blast. It struck him squarely in the chest, sending the class representative flying backward with a cry of pain. "I," multiple voices shouted in horror. Siphon frowned slightly. Inconvenient, but predictable. Heroes and their self-sacrifice. The momentary distraction was enough. The Omnitrix chimed, its interface returning to active status. Ben slammed down the dial without looking, transforming into the first available alien, Chromastone. You're going to regret that, Ben growled, his crystalline body absorbing ambient energy from the electromagnetic spectrum. With a gesture, he released that energy in a powerful blast that overwhelmed Siphon's force field, staggering the alien scientist. Impossible! Siphon exclaimed. That barrier should have, could have, would have, Ben interrupted, advancing. You forgot one thing about the Omnitrix, Siphon. It adapts. Around them, the battle had intensified. Aizawa was bleeding from multiple wounds but still fighting, his erasure quirk neutralizing the natural abilities of several villains, though the alien technology remained functional. Vlad King had created blood barriers to protect injured students, while Gwen maintained mana shields around others. We need to retreat. Yaoyorozu called, supporting an injured Jairu. There are too many of them. She was right. Despite the students' and teachers' best efforts, they were outnumbered and outgunned. The enhanced villains were coordinating with unnatural precision, likely guided by communications technology. Ben touched the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, transforming again. Clockwork. The mechanical alien's temporal powers activated, creating a bubble of slowed time around the immediate battlefield. Within the bubble, villain movements became sluggish and predictable. Everyone fall back to the tree line. Ben commanded, his voice tinny through Clockwork's mechanical mouth. I can't maintain this for long. The students and teachers seized the opportunity, dragging injured comrades toward the relative safety of the dense forest. Gwen created mana platforms to transport those who couldn't walk. Siphon, however, seemed less affected by the temporal distortion than his allies. He adjusted something on his gauntlet and began moving with near-normal speed. Temporal synchronizer, he explained, noticing Ben's surprise. Developed after studying your chronosapien form. You're not the only one who adapts, Ben Tennyson. The strain of maintaining the time field was already taxing Clockwork's limits. Ben felt the Omnitrix heating up, a warning sign of imminent timeout. With a final surge of effort, he expanded the field one last time, then released it while simultaneously transforming into XLR-8. In the moment of confusion as normal time resumed, he raced through the villain ranks at supersonic speed, creating a disorienting vortex and knocking over as many as possible before speeding into the forest after his classmates. He caught up to the retreating group quickly, reverting to human form as he joined them. Is everyone okay? Define okay, Bakugo growled, his costume torn and hands smoking from continuous explosions. Aizawa was quickly assessing injuries. Ida took the worst hit. Kirishima, Jairu, and Siro have moderate injuries. Everyone else is functional but exhausted. They'll be pursuing us, Todoroki noted, scanning the forest behind them. We need a defensible position. The training facility is still 10 kilometers north, one of the Pussycats, Mandalay, informed them. We won't all make it there before they catch up. Then we split up, Aizawa decided grimly. Multiple groups, different routes, rendezvous at the facility. They're specifically after Ben, Gwen pointed out. Wherever he goes will face the heaviest pursuit. A tense silence fell as the implications sank in. Ben looked around at his injured classmates and the exhausted pro-heroes. They had fought valiantly to protect him, but continuing together would only endanger everyone. I'll go alone, he declared. Draw them away from the rest of you. Absolutely not, Aizawa rejected immediately. No student operates alone. I'm not just a student, Ben reminded him quietly. I've been doing this since I was 10 years old. Still not happening, Bakugo interrupted unexpectedly. You think you're the only one they want? They specifically mentioned deliveries. Plural. Gwen's eyes widened in realization. He's right. Siphon said they wanted test subjects. If they're experimenting with quirk extraction or transfer, they'll want powerful, diverse quirks, Yaoyorozu concluded. Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's dual nature, perhaps others with mutation-type quirks. Aizawa considered this, then made a rapid decision. 4 groups. Injured students with Vlad King and Tiger, taking the most direct route to the facility. Ragdoll and Pixelion with the support and defense-oriented students as Group 2, heading northeast. Mandalay and I will take Group 3 through the western ridge. Ben, Gwen, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka as Group 4, most likely targets together. Splitting their pursuit forces, Todoroki nodded approvingly. Logical. But sir, Ida protested weakly from where Kirishima was supporting him, as class representative, you should focus on recovering, Ida, Aizawa cut him off firmly. Your injury requires immediate attention. There was no time for extended goodbyes or detailed planning. The sounds of pursuit were already audible in the distance. The groups separated quickly, with brief words of encouragement and promises to reunite at the facility. As Ben's group prepared to head southeast, the most challenging route through a rocky ravine, Uraraka approached Aizawa with determination. I requested to go with Group 4, she stated firmly. My zero gravity can help with rapid terrain navigation. Aizawa studied her briefly, then nodded. Watch each other's backs. All of you. With that, the groups dispersed into the rainy forest, each taking different paths toward presumed safety. Ben led his team toward the ravine, the Omnitrix recharged and ready on his wrist. They'll be tracking the Omnitrix's energy signature, he explained as they moved quickly through the underbrush. But that also means we know who they'll follow first. Good, Bakugo grinned ferally. Let them come. I've been wanting a rematch with those League bastards. This isn't about revenge, Gwen cautioned. It's about survival and reaching the facility. Siphon is more dangerous than you realize, especially with this world's technology integrated into his systems. She's right, Todoroki agreed. I observed multiple villains with enhancement devices. Their coordination suggests networked communications and possibly shared sensory data. So we disrupt the network, Ben decided. If we can't outrun them, we take out their advantage. They reached the edge of the ravine, peering down at the rocky descent. Rain had made the surfaces treacherous, but it also reduced visibility, an advantage for their escape. Uraraka, can you make us weightless for the descent? Ben asked. She nodded. All of you at once will push my limits, but I can manage it. Save your strength, Todoroki suggested. I can create an ice slide that will get us down quickly. A blast of heat suddenly scorched the ground beside them. They turned to see Dabi approaching through the trees, blue flames dancing around his hands. Found you, the scarred villain smirked. The alien brat and the top students, all in one convenient package. He wasn't alone. Behind him, several enhanced villains emerged from the forest, including a blonde girl in a school uniform who giggled manically while twirling a knife. Can I cut them, Dabi? She asked excitedly. Just a little. Pretty please. Toga, control yourself, Dabi sighed. We need them alive and relatively undamaged. Relatively is such a flexible word, Toga pouted, her eyes fixed hungrily on Todoroki. Ben activated the Omnitrix. Change of plans. Todoroki, get everyone down the ravine. I'll hold them off. Like hell, Bakugo growled, his palm sparking. I'm not running from these extras. For once, I agree with Bakugo, Todoroki stated, frost spreading from his right foot. We stand better chances together. Ben hesitated, torn between protecting his friends and the tactical advantage of their combined abilities. Before he could decide, Gwen settled the matter. Ben, remember the Rushmore Gambit? She asked, her hands already glowing with mana. A slow smile spread across Ben's face. Divide and confuse. Exactly, Gwen confirmed. Uraraka, when I give the signal, touch all of us. Bakugo, Todoroki, be ready to provide covering fire. The approaching villain slowed, suddenly wary of the student's confident stance. Dabi's eyes narrowed. Whatever you're planning, it won't work. That's where you're wrong, Ben replied, slamming down the Omnitrix dial and transforming into Echo. The small, silicon-based alien with sound manipulation powers didn't look impressive, but what followed certainly was. Echo. Ben's voice reverberated, and then his form split, one becoming two becoming four, and so on until a dozen identical Echoes stood before the villains. What the hell? Dabi exclaimed, momentarily shocked. Now! Gwen shouted, casting a brilliant mana flash that temporarily blinded the villains. Uraraka touched each of her teammates, activating her quirk to make them weightless. Simultaneously, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion that propelled them over the ravine edge while obscuring their descent with smoke. As they fell in controlled weightlessness, the Echo duplicates scattered in different directions, each emitting ear-piercing sonic screams that disrupted the villain's communications equipment. The real Ben, having transformed back after creating the duplicates, descended with his friends into the ravine. That should confuse their tracking for a while, he explained as they landed on a rocky outcropping midway down. The duplicates emit the same Omnitrix energy signature as I do. Smart, Todoroki acknowledged, creating an ice platform to stabilize their position as Uraraka released her quirk. How long will they last? Not long, Ben admitted. A few minutes at most. We need to keep moving. They continued their descent, using Todoroki's ice to create pathways where needed. Above, they could hear chaos as the villains pursued the various duplicates in different directions. The ravine deepened, eventually opening into a narrow valley with a swift-running stream swollen by the rain. We follow the water, Gwen decided, checking a compass on her phone. It flows northeast, eventually connecting to the river near the training facility. They moved quickly along the stream bank, the sound of rushing water masking their movements. For nearly an hour, they made good progress with no sign of pursuit. The rain gradually lessened, though the sky remained overcast and threatening. We might actually make it, Uraraka said hopefully as they paused to rest briefly beneath an outcropping. Don't jinx it, Bakugo muttered, though without his usual heat. The explosive teen had been surprisingly cooperative during their flight, following the group's strategy without argument. Ben checked the Omnitrix, which had been cycling through cooldown since the Echo duplication. Almost recharged. 5 more minutes. Something's bothering me, Todoroki said quietly. Siphon specifically mentioned test subjects. What kind of tests would require multiple students with different quirks? Compatibility testing, Gwen suggested grimly. If they're trying to extract and transfer quirks, they'd need to understand how different quirks interact with different biological systems, Yaoyorozu finished, her scientific mind quickly grasping the implications. And with the Omnitrix, they could be trying to create a device that combines quirks with alien DNA, Ben concluded, the horrifying possibility crystallizing. A reverse-engineered Omnitrix that works with this world's biology. The group fell silent, the magnitude of the threat sinking in. If Siphon succeeded, he could create an army of enhanced villains with multiple quirks and alien abilities, far more dangerous than even the Nomu they had faced before. Their grim contemplation was interrupted by a distant but distinctive sound, the whine of anti-gravity engines. Ben's head snapped up, eyes scanning the sky. Hover platforms, he identified. Vilgax used them for troop transport. Through gaps in the tree canopy, they glimpsed dark shapes moving above the valley, at least 3 platforms carrying multiple figures. They're hurting us, Todoroki realized. Driving us toward something. Or someone, Bakugo added, eyes narrowing. As if confirming their fears, the ground ahead of them erupted as a massive figure burst from beneath the soil, a villain with tank-like proportions and what appeared to be drilling equipment fused to his arms. Found you, the villain roared triumphantly, activating communications on a device embedded in his shoulder. Southeast quadrant, by the stream. I've got them. Trapster, Ben identified, recognizing Vilgax's former enforcer despite the substantial modifications. He's half machine now. And not alone, Gwen warned as shapes began descending from the hover platforms. They were surrounded, caught between Trapster ahead and reinforcements behind. Escape along the stream was no longer an option. Back-to-back formation, Ben ordered, activating the Omnitrix. Bakugo, Todoroki, focus on crowd control. Uraraka, target their mobility. Gwen, shields where needed. I'll take Trapster. He transformed into Diamond Head, the crystalline alien's durability perfect for countering Trapster's drilling appendages. As the villain charged, Ben met him head-on, crystalline fists colliding with mechanical drills in a shower of sparks. The master wants you alive, Tennyson, Trapster growled, but he didn't specify in how many pieces. Funny, Ben retorted, forming his arm into a blade that sliced through one of the drill housings. I was about to say the same to you. Behind him, his friends engaged the other villains. Bakugo unleashed precisely controlled explosions, careful to avoid lethal force while still neutralizing threats. Todoroki alternated between ice barriers and controlled flame bursts, his dual quirk proving exceptionally versatile. Uraraka touched any villain who got close enough, sending them floating helplessly upward, while Gwen's mana constructs captured others in energy bindings. For a brief moment, it seemed they might actually prevail against the overwhelming numbers. Then Siphon himself descended on a personal hover platform, a new device humming ominously in his hands. Enough games, the alien scientist declared coldly. The master requires results. He activated the device, and a wave of energy pulsed outward. Ben felt the Omnitrix destabilize again, more severely this time, his diamond head form dissolving not into human shape but into a painful flux of partial transformations. "Argh," he cried out as his body shifted uncontrollably between different alien forms, none fully materialized. "Ben!" Gwen shouted, attempting to reach him before a villain with stretch powers wrapped around her, neutralizing her mana abilities with tech-enhanced restraints. One by one, his friends fell to the coordinated assault, Todoroki's quirk disrupted mid-activation, Bakugo's explosions neutralized by dampening technology, Uraraka overwhelmed by sheer numbers. As Ben struggled against the Omnitrix's destabilization, his vision blurring with pain, he glimpsed Siphon approaching with clinical detachment. "Fascinating," the alien scientist observed. "The Omnitrix's failsafes are attempting to compensate. Most impressive engineering." Through waves of agony, Ben managed to grit out, "You won't succeed." "I already have," Siphon replied simply, injecting something into Ben's neck with a specialized syringe. "The question is merely what form that success will take." Darkness crowded the edges of Ben's consciousness as whatever sedative Siphon had administered took effect. His last thought before succumbing was a desperate hope that some of their classmates had made it to safety, and that someone would come looking for them before Siphon's experiments were complete. Ben awoke to the hum of machinery and the cold press of metal against his back. His limbs were secured by energy restraints, the familiar weight of the Omnitrix still present on his wrist but encased in some kind of dampening device. Forcing his eyes open, he found himself in what appeared to be a high-tech laboratory. "Ah, you're conscious. Excellent timing." Siphon moved into view, methodically adjusting equipment nearby. Multiple screens displayed data, some showing DNA sequences Ben recognized as alien, others showing what must be quirk factor analyses. Turning his head painfully, Ben discovered he wasn't alone. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Uraraka were similarly restrained on adjacent tables, still unconscious. Gwen was nowhere to be seen. "Where's my cousin?" Ben demanded, his voice hoarse. "The anodite?" "Secured separately," Siphon replied dismissively. "Her energy manipulation abilities required specialized containment. Don't worry, she's unharmed, for now." "What do you want, Siphon?" "Vilgax is gone, probably halfway across the universe by now. Why continue his work?" The alien scientist paused, something like genuine emotion crossing his normally impassive features. "You're wrong, Tennyson. Master Vilgax is not gone, merely displaced. The dimensional rift collapsed around him, yes, but our sensors tracked his energy signature. He exists in a state of dimensional flux, trapped between realities." Ben's blood ran cold. "You're trying to bring him back." "Eventually," Siphon acknowledged. "But first, I must complete the work he began here. This world's power system, these quirks, they're remarkable. Genetic, yet functioning almost like the Omnitrix itself, altering biological parameters without destabilizing the host organism." He gestured to a central apparatus that looked disturbingly like an extraction chamber. "Combined with our technology and the research stolen from the Quirk Institute, we can now perform the first successful quirk extraction and transfer procedure." "You're insane," Ben stated flatly. "Even if you could extract quirks, the biological rejection would kill the recipients." "Under normal circumstances, yes," Siphon agreed. "But that's where your Omnitrix comes in. Its DNA recombination technology provides the missing piece, the ability to temporarily rewrite genetic code to accept foreign elements." The implications were horrifying. You're planning to use Omnitrix technology to facilitate quirk transfers. Not planning, Tennyson. Doing. Siphon activated a screen showing cellular activity. Your transformations temporarily alter your DNA without rejection. By applying similar principles to quirk transfers, we can create beings with multiple compatible quirks. Like Nomu, Ben realized. Nomu was primitive, brute force engineering requiring extensive brain modification and limited quirk compatibility, Siphon scoffed. What we're developing is far more elegant, complete power transfer with full consciousness retention. And I'm guessing we're the guinea pigs, Ben nodded toward his unconscious friends. Precisely. The explosive one's quirk is particularly interesting, a complex biochemical reaction with applications for weapons development. The dual-element user demonstrates remarkable genetic adaptation to contradictory powers. And the gravity manipulator offers insights into fundamental force control. As Siphon spoke, Bakugo began to stir, followed by Todoroki. Uraraka remained unconscious, though Ben could see her chest rising and falling steadily. Tennyson. Bakugo croaked, disoriented. What the hell? Stay calm, Ben advised, though calm was hardly his own state. We've been captured by Vilgax's lieutenant. He's planning to extract our abilities for his experiments. Todoroki assessed their restraints with clinical detachment, testing the energy fields binding his limbs. Standard procedure would be to keep us separated. The fact that we're together suggests either overconfidence or that I want you to witness the procedure, Siphon interrupted. Scientific breakthroughs should be appreciated, after all. You sick bastard, Bakugo growled, struggling against his restraints. When I get out of here, you won't, Siphon stated simply. The facility is secured with both technological and quirk-based defenses. The League of Villains has provided exceptional resources in exchange for the results of our research. The League, Todoroki's eyes narrowed. This is their facility. One of several, Siphon confirmed, activating additional equipment. Though they don't fully comprehend what they've helped create. Their leader, Shigaraki, believes this research will help him destroy the symbol of peace. He doesn't realize it will ultimately serve a much greater purpose, the return of Master Vilgax and the subjugation of both our worlds. Ben fought against his restraints, testing their limits while keeping Siphon talking. And where is Shigaraki now? Does he know you're planning to betray him? Betrayal implies we were ever truly allies, Siphon dismissed. The League is merely a convenient local resource, one that will outlive its usefulness once the dimensional gateway is reconstructed. As Siphon turned to adjust something on a nearby console, Ben caught Todoroki's eye and mouthed silently, distraction. Todoroki gave an almost imperceptible nod. You mentioned a dimensional gateway, Todoroki spoke up, his voice carefully measured. Is that what you're building in Kamino Ward? Siphon paused, studying Todoroki with new interest. You're well informed. Yes, the primary facility is indeed in Kamino, though this satellite laboratory is where the preliminary testing occurs. So we're not in Kamino now? Ben pressed, encouraging the villain's expository tendency while testing a weakness in his right restraint. No. This facility is approximately 40 kilometers southwest, in an abandoned mining complex. Remote enough to avoid detection, close enough to transfer successful results quickly. Siphon approached Uraraka's still form, examining readouts from monitors connected to her. The gravity manipulator will be our first subject. Her quirk is the simplest structurally, making it ideal for the initial extraction attempt. Don't you dare touch her, Ben warned, his voice dropping dangerously. Siphon merely smiled thinly. Your attachment is noted, but irrelevant. The procedure begins in 5 minutes. As the alien scientist moved to prepare the extraction apparatus, Ben felt something he rarely experienced, true fear. Not for himself, but for Uraraka and his friends. The Omnitrix was contained, Gwen was imprisoned elsewhere, and help seemed impossibly distant. Then Uraraka's eyes opened slightly, making brief but deliberate contact with Ben's before closing again. She was conscious, merely pretending otherwise. A flicker of hope ignited. "You still haven't explained how you'll prevent genetic rejection," Ben called out, keeping Siphon's attention. "Even with Omnitrix principles, biological compatibility is a massive hurdle." "Indeed it would be," Siphon agreed readily, always eager to demonstrate his intellect, "if we were transferring quirks between normal humans. But our recipients have been specially prepared, their genetic structure modified with a stabilizing agent derived from Galvan DNA. Galvan? Ben's eyes widened. You extracted gray matter's DNA from the Omnitrix? Not directly, that would be impossible without the master control unlocked. But I was able to analyze residual genetic material from your transformations during previous encounters. Combined with this world's remarkable stem cell technology, we created a partial bridge. While Siphon continued his villainous exposition, Ben noticed Bakugo methodically testing his restraints, particularly the one securing his right hand. The explosive teen caught Ben's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. They had a plan forming, or at least the beginning of one. Now they just needed time. Even if you succeed with the extraction, Todoroki joined the stalling effort, you'd need a delivery system for mass production. The logistics alone would be prohibitive. Astute observation, Siphon acknowledged. That's precisely why we're developing an aerosol variant. Imagine, quirk-enhancing particles dispersed through population centers, triggering spontaneous power manifestations or amplifications. Those genetically compatible would gain new abilities, those incompatible would suffer unfortunate side effects. You're talking about biological warfare, Ben realized, genuinely horrified. I prefer evolutionary acceleration, Siphon corrected, finalizing preparations on the extraction device. Master Vilgax always appreciated the elegance of turning a population's own biology against them. A door slid open, and several League villains entered, Dabi, Toga, and a masked figure Ben didn't recognize. Dabi surveyed the captives with cold amusement. So these are the special guests, he remarked. Shigaraki wants a status update. Tell him the initial extraction proceeds as scheduled, Siphon replied without looking up. We'll have preliminary results within the hour. Toga skipped over to examine the prisoners, her unsettling gaze lingering on Todoroki. Can I have a sample before you start? Just a little blood to remember this moment. No samples, Siphon stated firmly. Contamination would compromise the procedure. You're no fun, she pouted, then noticed Uraraka. Oh. It's Gravity Girl. I've wanted to be her since USJ. Maybe I'll get her quirk when all this science stuff is done. The masked villain remained silent, observing from near the doorway. Something about their stillness put Ben on edge, different from the manic energy of Toga or the controlled menace of Dabi. As Siphon made final adjustments to the extraction device, positioning it above Uraraka's seemingly unconscious form, Ben caught Bakugo's eye again. The explosive teen had worked one hand partially free, though it remained within the visual housing of the restraint. Now, Ben mouthed silently. Bakugo unleashed a concentrated explosion directly into his restraint's power coupling. Simultaneously, Uraraka's eyes snapped open, and she activated her quirk on herself, suddenly weightless against the restraints. The laboratory erupted into chaos. Siphon whirled around as alarms blared, only to be struck by a precisely aimed ice shard from Todoroki, who had managed to direct a small freezing effect through his restraint. Security breach. Siphon shouted into a communicator. Containment failure in Laboratory 1. Ben strained against his weakened restraints, feeling the dampener on the Omnitrix beginning to fail as Bakugo's explosion had disrupted the power grid. With a final effort, he broke his right arm free and immediately reached for the device encasing the Omnitrix. Oh no you don't. Toga lunged toward him with surprising speed, knife drawn. She was intercepted by a now floating Uraraka, who had broken free of her restraints and used her quirk's momentum to tackle the psychotic villain. Ben, the Omnitrix. Uraraka called out, struggling with Toga. With his partially freed hand, Ben managed to activate the emergency release on the dampening device. It fell away, the Omnitrix immediately glowing green and active. It's hero time. Ben slammed down the dial, transforming into Swampfire. The plant-based alien's malleable form easily slipped from the remaining restraints. Everyone get clear. He unleashed a massive wall of flames that drove back Dobby and Siphon while simultaneously using his plant control abilities to grow vines that shattered the restraints holding Todoroki and helped free Bakugo completely. Find Gwen. Ben ordered as his friends regrouped. She's being held separately. I'll handle that, Todoroki volunteered, already creating an ice wall to block Dobby's retaliatory fire attack. Which way? Sub-level containment, the masked villain suddenly spoke, voice muffled but distinctly feminine. Cell block C, third door. Everyone froze momentarily, including the League villains. The masked figure reached up and removed their covering, revealing a young woman with purple-tinged hair and tired eyes. Hitoshi sent me, she stated simply, looking directly at Ben. I'm his sister. Call me Shadow. I've been undercover with the League for months. Traitor. Dobby snarled, blue flames erupting around his hands as he turned on her. Shadow dodged with practiced ease, throwing something at Dobby that exploded in a cloud of dense smoke. There's no time to explain. Your classmates and teachers are already engaging League forces outside, this was a coordinated rescue operation. How do we know we can trust you? Bakugo demanded, hands sparking defensively. Because I'm going to get you to Gwen Tennyson while they're busy with this, she replied, producing a detonator and activating it. Distant explosions rumbled through the facility, and emergency lighting replaced the main illumination. Perimeter charges. Your rescue team's signal to move in. Ben made a split-second decision. Bakugo, Uraraka, find an exit route. Todoroki, with me and Shadow to get Gwen. We meet at the surface in 10 minutes. What about him? Uraraka pointed to where Siphon was recovering, already activating some kind of backup system. Leave Siphon to me, Ben growled, touching the Omnitrix symbol to transform into Heat Blast. We have unfinished business. The team split as planned, with Shadow leading Todoroki toward the lower levels while Bakugo and Uraraka headed toward what appeared to be a maintenance shaft. Ben faced Siphon, flames wreathing his transformed body. It's over, Siphon. Whatever you were planning ends now. The alien scientist regarded him coldly. A temporary setback only, Tennyson. The primary research is already secure at the Kamino facility. Master Vilgax's return proceeds regardless of today's outcome. Then I'll just have to shut down Kamino next, Ben replied, generating a concentrated fireball. Siphon smiled thinly. Bold words. But can you really stop us while also saving your friends? He activated a control on his gauntlet, and the facility's self-destruct sequence initialized, a countdown appearing on all screens. 5 minutes until molecular destabilization. Plenty of time for me to escape via emergency teleporter. But you? You'll be busy with evacuation. Ben's response was immediate and unexpected. He launched himself at Siphon with reckless abandon, colliding with the scientist and disrupting his teleporter activation sequence. You're not going anywhere, Ben declared, maintaining his grip on Siphon despite the alien struggles. Not until you tell me exactly what's happening at Kamino. Unhand me, you primitive primate. Siphon snarled, his normally composed demeanor cracking. The destabilization sequence will reduce this entire facility to its component atoms. Then start talking fast, Ben suggested, increasing his flame temperature just enough to make Siphon's armor begin to smolder. What's the Kamino endgame? Quirk extraction. Dimensional gateway. Vilgax resurrection. All of the above. Siphon's resistance faltered as survival instinct overtook loyalty. The trigger drug, he blurted. We've modified it with Omnitrix principles and quirk enhancement factors. When deployed, it will create a cascading genetic reaction across the population, rendering them susceptible to dimensional energy manipulation. In English, Siphon, Ben demanded, the countdown continuing ominously behind them. A dimension-wide genetic key, Siphon explained hastily. Allowing Master Vilgax to return not to a single location, but potentially manifesting through any affected being. His consciousness could potentially control thousands simultaneously. The horrifying implication stunned Ben momentarily. You're planning to turn the entire population into potential Vilgax hosts. Only the compatible ones, Siphon qualified. Perhaps 10%, based on our models. The rest would simply develop enhanced or additional quirks with varying stability. And the incompatible ones? Ben pressed, already dreading the answer. Siphon's silence was confirmation enough. Mass casualties would be an acceptable cost in the alien scientist's calculation. The device at Kamino, how close is it to completion? 78%, Siphon admitted. Scheduled activation in 36 hours. Now release me. The teleporter can accommodate 2 with emergency protocols. Ben considered his options as the countdown passed the 3-minute mark. Destroying this facility would set back Siphon's research, but the true threat remained at Kamino. And despite everything, Ben's hero instincts rebelled at the thought of leaving even a villain to molecular destabilization. Fine, Ben decided, touching the Omnitrix symbol to transform into upgrade. His liquid metal form enveloped Siphon's teleporter gauntlet. But we're not going where you planned. What are you doing? Siphon cried as Ben's technomorphic form interfaced with and rewrote the teleporter's destination coordinates. Improvising, Ben replied, completing the modifications just as the facility rumbled with secondary explosions. Enjoy your accommodations. The teleporter activated, its energy field enveloping both of them as the countdown reached 2 minutes. Space distorted, and Ben felt the familiar disorientation of teleportation. They rematerialized in what appeared to be a high-tech containment cell. Siphon immediately recognized their location and paled visibly. Plumber headquarters, he gasped. But that's in our dimension. Not exactly, Ben replied, separating from the now fried teleporter. UA High's specialized containment unit, designed with input from Gwen and me specifically for extradimensional threats. Completely isolated from external systems and equipped with power dampeners based on plumber specs. Siphon lunged for the door, only to be repelled by an energy field. You can't leave me here. The Kamino facility will be our next stop, Ben confirmed, transforming back to human form. But first, I need to find my friends and make sure they escaped. He approached an intercom system by the cell door. This is Ben Tennyson. Prisoner secure in Containment Unit 7. Emergency teleport successful. Acknowledged, young Tennyson, came Principal Nizu's voice in response. Most impressive initiative. Your friends arrived safely via emergency extraction 10 minutes ago. They're quite concerned about you. Relief flooded through Ben. They're all okay. Gwen too. Indeed. Though I must say, teleporting directly into our secure facility rather than the designated arrival zone caused quite the security response. Fortunately, we anticipated your penchant for unorthodox arrivals. Ben smiled despite the circumstances. Sorry about that. The coordinates were preset, it was the only secure location I could access quickly. No apologies necessary. Your capture of Siphon provides us valuable intelligence. Please proceed to debriefing room 3 when convenient. As Ben turned to leave, Siphon called after him. You're already too late, Tennyson. Even with what I've told you, you can't stop what's coming. The League of Villains, the Kamino facility, the Dimensional Cascade, it's all proceeding regardless of my capture. Ben paused at the doorway. You know, Siphon, that's the thing about villains' master plans. They always sound unstoppable during the monologue. But somehow, heroes find a way. He left Siphon raging in the containment cell and made his way through UA's specialized underground facility, a recent addition developed specifically for interdimensional threats following the stadium incident. The school had adapted with remarkable speed to the new reality of threats from beyond their universe. In the debriefing room, Ben found not just his immediate team but most of Class 1A, along with Aizawa, All Might, and several other pro-heroes he recognized from news reports. Gwen rushed forward immediately, enveloping him in a tight hug. "You idiot," she muttered into his shoulder. "Teleporting without coordinate synchronization. You could have been scattered across dimensions." "Love you too, cuz," Ben replied with a grin, returning the hug before addressing the room. "Everyone made it out?" "All students accounted for," Aizawa confirmed. "Some injuries, but nothing life-threatening." The villa, he was interrupted by Uraraka practically tackling Ben in a hug that rivaled Gwen's in intensity. "We thought you might not have escaped the explosion," she exclaimed, her usual composure temporarily abandoned. "The facility completely collapsed right after we got out." "Teleportation has its uses," Ben replied, somewhat embarrassed but pleased by her concern. Bakugo made a disgusted noise from across the room, while Todoroki merely raised an eyebrow slightly. All Might stepped forward in his muscular form. "Young Tennyson, your capture of Siphon is a significant victory. However, based on initial interrogation, it seems the true threat remains." "Kamino Ward," Ben confirmed grimly. "Siphon's building something there, a combination of quirk-enhancing drugs and dimensional technology. He called it a genetic key to allow Vilgax's return." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Nizu was the first to respond. "This aligns with intelligence gathered by our undercover operative," the principal noted, gesturing to the woman Ben had known briefly as Shadow. "Hitoshi Shinso's sister has been providing information on League movements for months, though this latest development exceeded even her access." The purple-haired woman nodded. "They kept the Kamino operation compartmentalized. Only top League members and Siphon's personal team had full access." "Then we need to move immediately," Ben decided. "Siphon said the device is scheduled for activation in less than 36 hours. "Not so fast, young hero," All Might cautioned. "This requires coordination with law enforcement and a proper hero operation." "We cannot simply, with all respect," Gwen interrupted, her tone firm, "this isn't just a villain base raid. If Vilgax returns through this genetic key method, it would be catastrophic for both our worlds. The dimensional barriers are already weakened, a forced breach of this magnitude could collapse the multiverse around our two dimensions." "She's right," Ben added. "This isn't just about stopping villains anymore. It's about preventing dimensional collapse." Aizawa studied them thoughtfully. "What do you propose?" "A two-pronged approach," Ben suggested, moving to the tactical display. "Official hero raid on the Kamino facility to handle the League of Villains and conventional threats. Simultaneously, a specialized team, including Gwen and me, targets the dimensional technology directly." "I'm coming too," Todoroki stated, not a request but a declaration. "My ice can contain potential energy discharges. And my explosions can take out specific components if needed," Bakugo added unexpectedly. When others looked at him in surprise, he scowled. "What?" "I paid attention in Yaoyorozu's tech briefings." "I should join as well," Uraraka suggested. "My zero gravity could help isolate unstable components safely." Ben felt a surge of gratitude for these friends who had become trusted allies in such a short time. They understood the stakes and were willing to face interdimensional threats alongside him without hesitation. After considerable discussion, a plan began to form. The pro-heroes would coordinate with police for the main raid, creating a diversion that would allow the specialized team to infiltrate the heart of the facility where the dimensional technology was housed. "We move at dawn," All Might declared finally. "Rest and prepare yourselves. Tomorrow will test all of us." As the meeting concluded, Ben found himself approached by Uraraka once more, her expression now serious. Ben, can we talk? Privately. They found a quiet corner away from the others, a small observation room overlooking UA's grounds. The night sky was clear, stars shining with the same familiar patterns as his home dimension, yet subtly different in ways only an interdimensional traveler would notice. What's up? Ben asked, though he suspected what was coming. Uraraka took a deep breath. If this works, if we stop Siphon's plan and prevent Vilgax from returning, will you go home? The question hung between them, weighted with unspoken feelings that had developed over their time together. Ben looked out at the night sky, considering his answer carefully. I don't know, he admitted finally. For a while after arriving here, all I wanted was to find a way back. But now. He turned to face her. Now I'm not sure where home really is anymore. You have family there, she pointed out gently. A life. Responsibilities. I do, Ben acknowledged. And I miss them. But I've found something here too. He hesitated, then added softly, someone. Uraraka's cheeks colored slightly, but she held his gaze. We barely know each other. I know enough, Ben replied with a small smile. I know you're brave without being reckless. Kind without being naive. You face every challenge with determination and still manage to smile afterward. In any universe, that's pretty special. Ben Tennyson, Uraraka said, a mix of exasperation and fondness in her voice, are you trying to have a moment right before a potential world-ending crisis? It's kind of my specialty, he admitted with a sheepish grin. Saving the universe, flirting badly, eating chili fries, not necessarily in that order. She laughed, the tension between them easing into something warmer. Well, when all this is over, maybe we can find out if this world's chili fries are any good. It's a date, Ben agreed, then caught himself. I mean, if you want it to be. Instead of answering, Uraraka leaned forward and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. For luck, she explained, suddenly looking everywhere but at him. Tomorrow's going to be dangerous. Then we'd better make sure we all come back safely, Ben replied, his hand unconsciously touching where her lips had been. I've got a dinner date to keep. As they rejoined the others for final preparations, Ben felt a curious mix of emotions, apprehension about the coming battle, determination to stop Vilgax and Siphon's plan, and a new, hopeful warmth that had nothing to do with alien transformations or interdimensional travel. Whatever happened at Kamino, whatever choice he ultimately made about staying or returning to his dimension, Ben knew one thing for certain, this world and its people had changed him, perhaps as much as he had changed them. And some connections transcended dimensional barriers. Dawn broke over Kamino Ward with an eerie calm, the proverbial quiet before the storm. From their position on a neighboring rooftop, Ben surveyed the target through binoculars. The warehouse complex looked ordinary enough, but thermal imaging revealed extensive subterranean structures and unusual energy signatures. Definitely the place, he confirmed, passing the binoculars to Todoroki. Main entrance is heavily guarded. Secondary access points here, here, and here. He indicated spots on the holographic map Yaoyorozu had created. Their specialized team had assembled before sunrise, Ben and Gwen for their interdimensional expertise, Todoroki and Bakugo for their combat capabilities, Uraraka for her utility powers, and Yaoyorozu for her tactical support and creation abilities. Though technically still students, the unique nature of the threat had convinced the pro-heroes to include them in the operation. The pro-heroes will begin their raid in exactly 15 minutes, Gwen noted, checking her communicator. All Might, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist are leading the main assault. Our window opens the moment they engage. Remember the priority, Ben emphasized. We locate and neutralize the dimensional technology. The League of Villains is secondary, let the pros handle them unless they directly interfere with our objective. What about Shigaraki? Bakugo asked, unusually serious. If he's there. Avoid engagement if possible, Ben replied firmly. His disintegration quirk is too dangerous in close quarters, especially near potentially unstable dimensional tech. The team reviewed their equipment one final time. Yaoyorozu had outdone herself, creating specialized tools based on Gwen's specifications, energy dampeners, dimensional stabilizers, and communications devices resistant to interference. 5 minutes, Todoroki announced, his mismatched eyes fixed on the facility below. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through alien options. I'll start as Big Chill, intangibility will get me through initial defenses. Gwen's mana shields can protect the rest of you until we're inside. Remember, once we're in the subsurface levels, we'll likely lose contact with the main hero team, Gwen cautioned. We'll be on our own. Uraraka adjusted her hero costume support items. We've faced worse odds. Have we though? Bakugo muttered, though without his usual bite. Their banter was interrupted by the first explosions at the main entrance, right on schedule. Through his binoculars, Ben saw All Might's distinctive form charging through the front gates, followed by dozens of pro-heroes and police forces. That's our cue, Ben announced, slamming down the Omnitrix dial and transforming into Big Chill. Follow me. They moved with practiced coordination, using the distraction of the main assault to approach from the east side where security was lightest. Gwen created mana platforms that allowed the team to traverse the perimeter undetected, while Ben scouted ahead in his intangible form. Security system includes motion sensors and thermal imaging, he reported upon returning. But there's a blind spot near the maintenance access. Likely an oversight in their setup. Or a trap, Todoroki suggested pragmatically. Either way, it's our best option, Gwen decided. They proceeded cautiously, with Yaoyorozu creating specialized equipment to disrupt the remaining security measures. The maintenance access, a reinforced door nestled between ventilation systems, yielded to a combination of Bakugo's precise explosive application and Yaoyorozu's lock-breaking tools. Inside, alarm systems blared as the main battle raged at the front of the facility. League villains and what appeared to be enhanced foot soldiers rushed toward the disturbance, none noticing the small team slipping deeper into the complex. Sub-level access should be this way, Gwen indicated, following the energy readings on her detector. The dimensional signatures are strongest below ground. They descended through service corridors and emergency stairwells, the sounds of combat gradually fading above them. The temperature dropped noticeably as they reached the third sublevel, and the lighting shifted to an unsettling purple hue. This technology isn't from your world or ours, Todoroki observed, noting the unusual architecture of the walls and ceiling, organic curves integrated with mechanical components. Chimera sui generis design, Ben confirmed grimly. Vilgaxa's species. Siphon must have reconstructed it from memory and available materials. The corridor opened into a massive chamber that took their breath away, a domed space at least 50 meters across, dominated by a central apparatus that pulsed with ominous energy. Workstations surrounded the main device, where figures in lab coats monitored readings and adjusted parameters. That's it, Gwen whispered, her mana energy reacting visibly to the dimensional distortions. The genetic key. It's nearly complete. Ben transformed into Ghost Freak for stealth, his spectral form allowing closer observation without detection. After a moment, he returned to the group, concern evident even on the alien's eerie features. They're in final preparation stages, he reported. The device contains both a dispersal system for the modified trigger drug and a dimensional resonance chamber. Based on the countdown, we have less than 2 hours before activation. Can we disable it directly? Uraraka asked. Too risky, Gwen replied. The energy is highly unstable. Direct interference could trigger a premature reaction. Then we take control of the system first, Yaoyorozu suggested, already creating specialized tools. Neutralize the technicians, secure the workstations, then perform a controlled shutdown. Agreed, Ben nodded, transforming back to human form. Todoroki, Bakugo, you take the left flank. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, right flank. Gwen and I will approach from center. On my signal. They moved into position with practiced stealth, years of hero training, or in Ben's case, hero experience, evident in their coordinated movements. Ben surveyed the chamber one final time, noting emergency exits and potential complications. Now, he signaled, transforming into Diamond Head as they launched their coordinated assault. The technicians were caught completely by surprise. Todoroki's ice immobilized 3 instantly, while Bakugo's precisely controlled explosions disabled equipment without damaging critical systems. Uraraka rendered several scientists weightless, effectively neutralizing them, as Yaoyorozu created capture restraints. Ben and Gwen secured the central console, using their knowledge of dimensional technology to prevent any destabilization during the takeover. Within minutes, the chamber was under their control, the technicians secured and the system locked down. That was almost too easy, Gwen noted warily, examining the central apparatus. Where's the League leadership? Shigaraki should be here for something this important. Maybe the main raid captured them already? Uraraka suggested hopefully. Ben shook his head, instincts honed by years of heroics screaming warnings. No, something's wrong. This feels like, a slow clapping interrupted him, echoing through the chamber. From a previously unnoticed observation deck above, a figure emerged from the shadows, pale-haired, with disembodied hands attached to his body. Congratulations, heroes, Shigaraki Tomura called down mockingly. You've successfully captured our decoy facility. Decoy? Ben echoed, a sinking feeling in his stomach. Did you really think we'd keep the real dimensional gateway in such an obvious location? Shigaraki's cracked lips stretched into a disturbing smile. Siphon taught us the value of misdirection before his unfortunate capture. Gwen's energy detectors suddenly spiked, alarms blaring from multiple devices. Ben. Dimensional fluctuations are increasing citywide. This isn't the only device. Of course it isn't, Shigaraki agreed almost cheerfully. While you and the top heroes focused on Kamino, our real facilities activated across the city. The genetic key sequence has already begun. In approximately 30 minutes, the dimensional barriers will be sufficiently weakened for our special guest to return. Vilgax, Ben growled, the Omnitrix glowing as he prepared another transformation. The very same, Shigaraki confirmed. Though Siphon referred to him with such tedious reverence, I admit I'm curious to finally meet the being who commanded such loyalty. You have no idea what you're doing, Gwen warned, her hands glowing with protective mana energy. Vilgax won't be your ally, he'll subjugate your entire world. Shigaraki's disturbing laugh echoed through the chamber. Bold of you to assume I care what happens to this world. As long as All Might falls in the chaos, my master's wishes will be fulfilled. Your master? Todoroki questioned sharply. You mean All for One? Something flickered across Shigaraki's expression, surprise, perhaps, that they knew the name. Very good, half and half. Yes, the true power behind the League awaits the outcome with great interest. 2 overwhelming forces of destruction, Vilgax and All for One, will reshape both our worlds. Ben stepped forward, the Omnitrix ready. Where are the real devices, Shigaraki? Tell us now, and maybe we can prevent catastrophe for everyone, including you and your League. It's far too late for that, Shigaraki replied, scratching his neck with disturbing intensity. The sequence is locked. But don't worry, you'll have front-row seats for the grand arrival. He gestured, and previously hidden panels in the chamber walls slid open, revealing what appeared to be Nomu, but different from those they had encountered before. These creatures had visible technological enhancements integrated into their bodies, with the unmistakable design elements of Vilgax's species. Meet the Chimera Nomu, Shigaraki introduced with unsettling pride. Siphon's parting gift before you so rudely interrupted our partnership. Bioengineered specifically to capture you, Ben Tennyson. The creatures moved with unnatural coordination, their multiple eyes fixed on Ben with predatory focus. Everyone stay close, Ben commanded, transforming into Heat Blast. Gwen, can you track the real dimensional signatures? Gwen was already working with her detection equipment. There are 7 major energy spikes across the city. If these are decoys, the real devices must be at those locations. Then we need to split up, Ben decided, unleashing a wall of flame to keep the approaching Nomu at bay. Gwen, contact All Might and the pros. They need to redirect to the new coordinates. Already trying, Gwen replied tensely. Communication is being jammed, likely another effect of the dimensional fluctuations. Then we fight our way out, Bakugo declared, explosions crackling from his palms. Take down these freak shows and get to the real targets. The Chimera Nomu charged through Ben's flames with disturbing resilience, their modified bodies apparently resistant to fire. Ben switched tactics, transforming into 4 arms to meet their physical attack with raw strength. Go, he shouted to his teammates as he grappled with the lead Nomu. Find an exit. I'll hold them off. Not happening. Uraraka declared, touching one of the Nomu and activating her quirk. The creature floated helplessly upward, temporarily neutralized. Todoroki created a massive ice barrier that separated several Nomu from the group, while Bakugo's explosions disoriented others. Yaoyorozu produced flashbang devices that further confused the creature's senses. We leave together or not at all, Gwen stated firmly, creating mana barriers to reinforce their position. Ben felt a surge of gratitude for these allies who had become true friends. With renewed determination, he fought alongside them, the team functioning with seamless coordination despite the dire circumstances. Above, Shigaraki watched with disturbing calm. Struggle all you want, he called down. It changes nothing. The dimensional cascade has begun. As if confirming his words, the air itself seemed to shiver, reality rippling visibly as the dimensional barriers weakened. Through the distortions, glimpses of another world became momentarily visible, Ben's world, with its familiar skylines and alien landscapes. We're running out of time, Gwen warned, her mana powers fluctuating as dimensional energies interfered. If the cascade reaches critical threshold, nothing will stop it. Ben made a split-second decision. New plan. We don't need to find all 7 devices, we just need to disrupt the synchronization. If even one falls out of alignment, the entire network should destabilize. And how exactly do we do that? Bakugo demanded, blasting a Nomu that had gotten too close. We bring down this facility, Ben replied grimly. Completely. The energy disruption should ripple through their network. That could cause a catastrophic release of dimensional energy, Gwen cautioned. We'd be at ground zero. Better us than the entire city, Ben countered. Todoroki, can you create enough ice to structurally compromise the foundation pillars? The dual quirk user assessed the chamber quickly. Yes, but we'd have minimal time to evacuate. Uraraka, can you make the central apparatus weightless? Ben continued, formulating the plan as they fought. If we can drop it through the floor when the supports give way, the resulting energy backlash would disrupt the network synchronization, Gwen realized, following his logic. It could work. Or kill us all, Bakugo noted bluntly, though he was already moving toward a strategic position. What about him? Yaoyorozu nodded toward Shigaraki, who continued watching from above with disturbing interest. Leave Shigaraki to me, Ben decided, touching the Omnitrix symbol to transform into Jetray. Everyone else focus on the plan. On my signal. He shot upward toward the observation deck, dodging Nomu that attempted to intercept him. Shigaraki didn't flee, merely watching Ben's approach with that same unsettling calm. You won't stop what's coming, the league leader stated as Ben landed before him. Even if you disrupt this network, he'll find another way through. The dimensional barriers are too weakened now. Maybe, Ben acknowledged, transforming again into chromastone. But today's not that day. Shigaraki lunged suddenly, hands outstretched to disintegrate whatever they touched. Ben countered with an energy blast that forced the villain back, careful to avoid direct contact with those deadly fingers. Below, his team had moved into position. Todoroki's ice was spreading rapidly across the support structures while Uraraka had reached the central apparatus, preparing to apply her quirk. Bakugo and Yaoyorozu were clearing paths through the remaining Nomu, with Gwen providing protective barriers. Now! Ben shouted, unleashing a massive energy discharge that momentarily stunned Shigaraki. Everything happened at once. Uraraka activated her quirk on the massive dimensional device, rendering it weightless. Todoroki completed his ice encasement of the critical support pillars and immediately switched to his flame side, the rapid temperature change causing catastrophic structural failure. Bakugo's precisely aimed explosions breached the floor beneath the now floating apparatus, while Yaoyorozu deployed final countermeasures against the remaining Nomu. Gwen expanded her mana shields to their maximum extent, preparing to protect the team from the imminent collapse. Ben leapt from the observation deck as it began to crumble, transforming mid-air into cannonbolt and rolling into an armored sphere. He crashed through debris, reaching his friends just as the facility began its catastrophic collapse. "Gwen, maximum protection," he shouted, reverting to human form within the mana shield she had created around the team. "Brace yourselves," Gwen warned, the strain of maintaining the shield evident in her voice. The dimensional apparatus, now dropping through the collapsed floor, made contact with exposed power conduits. The resulting energy surge was exactly what Ben had anticipated, and feared. A massive discharge of dimensional energy erupted from the device, rippling outward in a visible shockwave that distorted space itself around them. Inside Gwen's shield, they felt the universe shudder. Reality seemed to bend and flex, multiple dimensions momentarily overlapping in nauseating succession. Through briefly formed windows in space-time, Ben glimpsed familiar scenes, Bellwood, Plumber headquarters, even his parents' home, before they vanished again. Then, as suddenly as it began, the dimensional cascade collapsed in on itself. The energy receded, reality stabilizing into a single coherent dimension once more. Outside Gwen's shield, the facility continued its physical collapse, but the existential threat had passed. Did it work? Uraraka asked shakily as Gwen cautiously lowered the shield. Gwen checked her readings. The network synchronization is broken. The other devices have shut down or entered safe mode. And Shigaraki? Todoroki questioned, scanning the rubble around them. Gone, Ben confirmed grimly. Escaped during the collapse, most likely. They made their way cautiously through the ruins of the facility, emerging eventually into daylight. The scene that greeted them was one of controlled chaos, pro-heroes securing the area, emergency services attending to the injured, police establishing perimeters. All Might spotted them first, bounding over with remarkable speed despite signs of recent battle. Young heroes. You're alive. We feared the worst when the facility collapsed. It was a decoy, Ben explained quickly. The real dimensional network was distributed across the city. We had to disrupt the synchronization by overloading this node. All Might's permanent smile dimmed slightly. A risky strategy, but effective. Reports indicate the dimensional anomalies have ceased citywide. And Vilgax? Gwen asked urgently. No sign of interdimensional breaches succeeding, All Might assured them. Whatever doorway they were opening remains closed, for now. The relief was palpable among the team, though Ben remained vigilantly alert. We should verify the other locations, make sure the devices are truly deactivated. Already underway, All Might confirmed. Pro-heroes have secured 5 of the 7 identified sites. The remaining 2 show no energy signatures, likely shut down when your disruption collapsed the network. As medical personnel approached to check the students for injuries, Ben pulled Gwen aside. Something happened during the dimensional surge, he said quietly. I saw windows. To home. Gwen nodded, unsurprised. I felt it too. The barriers between dimensions thinned momentarily. With the right equipment, we might be able to go home, Ben finished, the possibility suddenly, tantalizingly real after months in this world. Or at least establish communication. The realization brought with it a complexity of emotions. The opportunity to return home, to see his parents, Grandpa Max, Kevin, and others, was something he had initially desired above all else. But now, looking at the friends he had made here, the connections he had formed. "You don't have to decide immediately," Gwen said gently, reading his expression. "The dimensional thinning will persist for several days, according to my readings. We have time." Ben nodded gratefully, turning back to where his friends were being treated for minor injuries. Uraraka caught his eye and smiled warmly, exhaustion evident but her spirit undiminished. Todoroki gave a respectful nod, while Bakugo merely scoffed and looked away, though with notably less hostility than usual. The choice before him was momentous: remain in this world that had become a second home, or return to the dimension where he was born. Both options carried responsibilities and connections that pulled at his heart. As the cleanup proceeded and they were eventually transported back to UA. For debriefing, Ben found himself walking the campus grounds alone that evening. The familiar buildings and training areas had become comfortable, almost natural to him over his months here. "Thought I might find you out here," came a voice from behind. Uraraka approached, having changed from her hero costume into casual clothes. Thinking deep thoughts. Ben smiled as she joined him. "You could say that. Just, processing everything." "Gwen told me," Uraraka said directly, never one to avoid difficult topics. "About the possibility of you going home." "Yeah," Ben confirmed, watching her expression carefully. The dimensional disruption created a temporary thinning between worlds. With the right equipment, we could potentially establish a stable connection. They walked in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken feelings between them. Finally, Uraraka spoke again. "What do you want, Ben? Not what you think you should do, or what others expect. What do you want?" It was a simple question with an impossibly complex answer. Ben considered it seriously, looking up at the stars that shone the same yet different from those above Bellwood. "I want both," he admitted finally. "I want to see my family again, to let them know I'm okay. I have responsibilities there, people who depend on Ben 10. Uraraka nodded, her expression carefully neutral. "Of course you do. But," Ben continued, turning to face her directly, "I've found something here too. People I care about. A different kind of hero to be. Ways of helping that I never considered before." Hope flickered in her eyes, though she tried to suppress it. "So you're saying?" "I'm saying I don't want to choose," Ben declared, the idea crystallizing as he spoke it aloud. "I'm saying maybe I don't have to." "What do you mean?" "The dimensional thinning isn't just a one-way ticket home," Ben explained, excitement building in his voice. "With the right technology, we could potentially stabilize a permanent connection, a bridge between worlds." "Is that possible?" Uraraka asked, her own enthusiasm growing to match his. "Theoretically. Gwen and I have discussed it before, but never had the right conditions to attempt it." Ben's mind raced with possibilities. "We'd need help, Yayorozu's creation abilities, support from the tech department, maybe even input from I-Island researchers. So you could visit both worlds. Live in both places. A interdimensional hero," Ben confirmed with a grin. "It would be complicated, and probably dangerous, but when has that ever stopped you?" Uraraka finished, her smile radiant now. The idea felt right, not choosing between worlds but connecting them. Being Ben Tennyson of Earth and Ben 10 of UA. Not losing what he had found here, while reclaiming what he had left behind. "There's a lot to figure out," Ben cautioned, not wanting to promise what he couldn't deliver. "The technology would be experimental, the connection potentially unstable at first. Then it's a good thing you have friends in both worlds to help," Uraraka replied confidently. "Including me." The simple declaration warmed Ben more than any transformation ever could. On impulse, he reached for her hand, feeling a connection that transcended dimensional barriers. "I promised you dinner after saving the world," he reminded her. "Still interested?" Urarika's fingers intertwined with his, her touch grounding him in this moment, this world. Absolutely. Though I think you technically only half saved it this time. I'll try harder next time, Ben promised with a laugh. Complete world saving, guaranteed or your money back. As they walked hand in hand toward the campus exit, Ben felt a certainty settling within him. The path ahead would be challenging, establishing a stable dimensional connection, balancing responsibilities in two worlds, preventing future threats like Vilgax from exploiting the bridge between realities. But he wouldn't face those challenges alone. He had Gwen, his classmates, the pro-heroes of this world, and somewhere across the dimensional divide, his family and original teammates waiting to hear from him. For now, though, he was simply Ben, a teenager with extraordinary abilities, walking beneath familiar yet different stars with a girl who made both worlds feel like home. 1 month later the laboratory hummed with activity, a collaboration of brilliant minds from two dimensions focused on a single, unprecedented goal. In the center of the reinforced chamber stood an arch-like structure bristling with technology, part UA Support Department innovation, part alien engineering, all cutting edge. Power levels stable at 85%, Yayarozu reported, monitoring complex readings from a specialized console. Dimensional frequency synchronized within acceptable parameters. Mana stabilization field holding, Gwen confirmed, carry on with the next chapter. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.